Okay, well, good morning, everyone. We'll open this technical conference. I think we've got some interesting presentations this morning and an opportunity for the Commission to engage in some learning and explore a number of topics that are very much on the minds of the utilities and also of a lot of their customers, not just in North Carolina, but also nationally. We noticed this technical conference in the IRP docket, but it is not part of the evidentiary presentation of the case. It will not be transcribed. It is being recorded, so if folks want to review the recording later, they can do so, but it is not being transcribed, and we won't be swearing witnesses or taking sworn testimony or examining the witnesses. The purpose of the exercise this morning is just really for the Commission's education about efforts that are going on in North Carolina and also nationally with respect to distribution planning especially, but also as that may impact transmission and resource planning. Out of an abundance of caution, even though we're not having an official record and taking sworn testimony, because we noticed this meeting in the IRP docket by order entered therein, I think probably Lynn Green, out of an abundance of caution, I ought to inquire, at least on the conflicts issue, and confirm that no commissioner has a known conflict of interest they need to disclose this morning. Great. Well, we probably, that was belt and suspenders, I suspect, given the nature of this proceeding, but never hurts to do that sort of thing. We've got a series of presentations, and we've reserved the morning for them. We can take as little time or as much time as you want to take. I think we reserved up until about 1 p.m. We don't have to go that long, but we may go that long. So we'll take appropriate breaks just to allow folks to stretch as we go through the morning. We've got a series of different presentations, and I think it's most efficient maybe to take questions from the commissioners and explore those questions after we've completed a group of presentations. The first group will be Chris Ayers and Sushma Mazemore, and the second group will be Duke and Dominion, and the third group of presenters will be from NCEMC and Electricity. So those will be sort of like the groupings that we'll look to this morning. I'm going to turn it over first to Chris Ayers, who's going to lead us off and talk to us about the recently completed work of the NARUC-NASIO Joint Task Force on Comprehensive Distribution Planning. Before, though, as I was reviewing some of the materials in advance of the meeting, one thing jumped out at me that was sort of interesting about all the presentations this morning, and that there's a subtext to all of them. And you'll see it in the presentations. That subtext is really about collaboration. In the first group of presentations, you're going to hear about collaborations between the state energy offices across the nation and the state regulatory commissions across the nation, and a collaboration that bore fruit in that task force. In the second group of presentations, you're going to hear about internal collaborations inside the regulated IOUs as they are trying to break down internal silos in the past that have sort of isolated distribution planning from transmission and generation planning. And then in the last group of presentations, we're going to hear about collaboration between the transmission grid operators, who are the regulated utilities, and what are probably their very largest wholesale customers, who operate a very substantial portion of the distribution grids in North Carolina. So it's an interesting, as I say, subtext to all the presentations this morning, and I know we're going to be looking forward to it. So Chris, I'm going to let you introduce the opening segment and take it away. Let me make one request of you. If you're not part of the presentation team that's currently at bat, if you would keep your video off and stay on mute, and that way it'll be easier for me to recognize the presenters, and also be sure I'm recognizing commissioners who have questions for the presenters. Chris, you're up.
Thank you, Commissioner Klopfelter. Commissioner Clodfelter, Commissioners, my name is Chris Ayers. I'm the Executive Director of the Utilities Commission Public Staff in North Carolina, and it's my privilege to walk you through what the NARUC-NASIO Task Force on Comprehensive Electricity Planning was and the work product that it produced. First, I want to give you a background on the task force and then get into the cohorts and specifically North Carolina's role in it. So various states throughout the country applied to be part of this task force, and you had to be selected to participate. North Carolina put their name forward and was one of 14 states, plus Puerto Rico, that was selected to participate in this task force. To the lower right, you'll see the North Carolina participants, which included Commissioner Clodfelter, Sushma Nazemore, Steve McDowell, and myself. The purpose was to develop pathways to align and integrate integrated resource and distribution system planning. You'll hear a number of themes throughout my presentation and through Sushma's presentation, and resilience, efficiency, affordability, alignment, all those are themes. Now, if you look at the outcomes, 5 bullet points there at the bottom, while states had different priorities that were emphasized in their individual cohorts, they were all really built around common outcomes that you see there. The key questions that you see here, and I'm not going to walk through every single one of them, but this really served as the starting point. So state cohorts then branched out based on their unique profiles, added these questions. You'll see some common terms in here: optimized, optimization. You see optimized planning occurs throughout these questions. You'll also hear throughout this presentation holistic and integrated. These are words that you're going to frequently hear and are themes throughout all the work that the task force did. So the task force did its work over 2 years and 4 workshops, as well as numerous offline sessions in their individual cohorts. Workshop 1 started in the spring of 2019. We were identifying key trends. This was big picture, and then we divided out into state cohorts, started putting together process maps. Workshop 3, we further narrowed those process maps, and then workshop 4, everyone went back to their individual state and developed state action plans to build on the work of the task force. And this technical conference is part of the state action plan for North Carolina coming out of the task force. Now, there were 5 state teams, we called them cohorts. North Carolina, Hawaii, and Puerto Rico were all are the 3 states in Puerto Rico that comprised the silver cohort. You'll see there we were grouped based on characteristics of each jurisdiction. North Carolina, Hawaii, and Puerto Rico are outside organized markets. They're coastal states that are vulnerable to weather-related disasters. They're experiencing flat to declining load. You'll see across the board there, folks within markets, folks outside markets, all with different challenges. Silver and amber were both tackling alignment of distribution and resource planning. You see the other cohorts also tackled some other issues or had a different spin on the approach that they took. So that's the background of what got us to the silver cohort output. And the silver cohort output really represents an ideal process that if the folks in the silver cohort were given a blank slate or magic wand to develop a process that incorporates distribution and integrated resource planning. The idea is to provide a framework from which states can extrapolate components to address goals and challenges in their respective jurisdictions. Silver cohort developed these guiding principles, and these flow out of the outcomes that I showed you on an earlier slide. Holistic planning, balancing system needs, producing an open and transparent process, open access to the distribution grid, avoiding the displacement of technological development, be that current or future, and then resilience, considering the unique nature of our states. These are the guiding principles that really drove the direction of what you're going to see next. And once again, you're going to hear the phrases holistic planning, open and transparent process, and open access throughout the rest of this presentation. So this is the process map. This is the roadmap that was ultimately produced. And some of you are squinting at your screen right now saying, all right, how do I follow all this? Let me tell you that at the end of session 1, this map was about 3 times the size that it currently is now. I started to pop a picture up on the screen to show you just all the arrows and everything going everywhere. And at the end of the second session, we actually took the scissors to it, slashed it up, and reduced it down to the more workable process that you see here. I want to note a couple of things, and you don't need to digest all of this on this slide. We're going to zoom in on different segments, and I'll talk more about how they relate to each other as we go along. However, I want you to note the interaction between the 2 plans. Up top, you've got the distribution system planning process. Down below, you've got the integrated resource planning process. I want you to notice the arrows that are flowing vertically back and forth, and the plans talk to each other. And then you'll also see that they help inform each other in terms of the next process. I also note that this is a dual linear process. There are various steps that provide inputs later in the planning cycle. So it's not strictly linear. You can see some of these arrows that run up and over and then pour into steps later in the process to ensure that the data is transferred and utilized in the appropriate steps. So this is the overall picture, and I'm going to walk you through each individual section here to give you a better feel of what this looks like in practice. So again, distribution system planning is up top, integrated resource planning is on the bottom. So the first step is defining a common set of objectives that's going to reflect a broad set of inputs and policies. So this part actually occurred in the original plan about midway through the planning process. But we started talking about, all right, well, how do we know what way we're going to drive the train? And what are our goals and what are our objectives? Why are we establishing that after we assessed the market potential and started putting together a forecast? If we're really going to be processing goal driven, that needs to be at the beginning. Okay, so what are we trying to do? And so that's why we eventually moved it to the front of the process, teased it up. So at the very beginning, we are establishing what are the objectives and principles for the distribution planning process and an integrated resource planning process. And those goals and objectives are going to be aligned. You can see the arrows that are linking the two. But it's important to establish that at the outset. And once we've established those goals and principles, we have to move to the potential and the forecasting. So the orange boxes over on the right, we're asking 2 questions. What is the potential? What's the technical assessment of DER market potential in the distribution system plan? And then what is the forecast? What do we expect? We're doing the same with the system-wide load forecast down in the integrated resource plan. And again, you see the big arrow. There is a sharing of data and assumptions between these forecasts to get them aligned. Again, we want the data flowing between these 2 steps as we move through most steps of the process. So once we've got those components in place, we have assessed potential and expectations. Now we've got to sit down and start planning, but we need metrics to plan against. So the next step you'll see there is planning criteria, metrics. What are we going to be measuring? Once we establish the metrics, then we need to assess the need. Up top is the DSP need assessment, and down below it's the integrated resource needs assessment. Once we've assessed the need, we then need to start identifying solutions. And these are distribution system solutions, and these are resource system solutions on their respective tracks. But then up at the top, I want you to notice that the identification of solutions then feeds directly into an evaluation of solutions on the distribution planning side. And then that feeds into a DER supply curve. And that DER supply curve then feeds in to the IRP to create a composite supply curve. Follow the arrows down and then to the right, and you establish the composite supply curve before you then start evaluating solutions at the IRP level. This is how we are going to capture the potential and the expectations and the solutions that are driven in the DSP process and pour it formally into the integrated resource planning process. I know there's some components of that in integrated resource planning today, but this is going to formalize it and really the idea would be to lay this out in a formal process so that it can be more easily accounted for, attractive input be taken into account. I want to zoom in on the top part now. This is the distribution system planning component. Again, what I want to highlight here is how different steps serve to inform later steps in the process. It's not strictly linear. So while the technical assessment of DER market potential directly informs and feeds into the granular forecast, it also is a direct input into the identification of distribution grid solutions down in the blue box. Similarly, the granular load forecast for load and DER is not only feeds directly into the planning criteria metrics, it also feeds in and informs the DSP needs and the assessment verification component before that then feeds into the identifications of the distribution grid solution. So again, the notion is this is a holistic concept with each one of these inputs directly feeding into to later inputs to ensure that all the data is accounted for and appropriately incorporated and evaluated for producing an integrated plan. So this is the very end of the process. The process is going to produce a final distribution system plan, and it's going to produce a final integrated resource plan. But again, I want you to look at the alignment. I want you to see the vertical arrows going back and forth and the other arrows that are feeding into the different boxes. There'll be a final plan, but then as soon as we're done planning, these outputs are going to immediately feed into the next cycle. So what I want you to take away from this slide is there's a lot of inter-cycle linkages that enable feedback loops without stalling the process. So that's within the planning, and that is also between the planning processes, and it's designed to facilitate information exchange. We really want alignment everywhere from goals to data to final outputs to really produce a holistic plan that encompasses distribution and integrated resource planning. So again, these plans are constantly talking to each other, constantly evolving within the planning process and between planning processes. The last slide that I'm going to give you is just a different graphical depiction of the process that Silver Cohort developed and how they interact with each other. If you start over on the right with the goals and objectives, you see you can follow along the arrows in between with load forecasting, composite supply curves, and plan reconciliation. Those are specific areas that we want to flag in terms of interaction between the plans, but there's continual flow of information between these processes through the course. That completes the overview of the task force. It also completes just a very high-level overview of what Silver Cohort came up with. There's a lot more detail on both the Silver Cohort. There's a document specific to the group that North Carolina worked in, as well as roadmaps for all the other cohorts and additional background material at the link listed below on the NARUC website. And I would encourage you to go take a look at that and do a deeper dive on the work of the task force and the different cohorts as you have time. Commissioner Kleinfelter, that concludes my presentation.
Great, thank you, Chris. I think maybe we can take questions now because Sushma's presentation is going to be a larger North Carolina planning context and maybe some slightly different points. So perhaps if you've got particular questions right now for Chris, this would be a good time to sort of surface them. Yeah, Chair Mitchell, yes. I see your hand. The real hand, not the fake WebEx.
Sorry,
hand.
Commissioner Kleinfelter, I don't know how to raise my hand because I'm always the one controlling the, so bear with me here. I'll learn how to raise my hand.
I see your real hand.
If I may ask Chris a question.
Of course.
Okay. Chris, you know, and this may be a premature, but what does this mean for the public staff? I mean, how is this planning process going to inform y'all's thinking and your group's management of the IRP process on your end?
So I think that depends on what this commission does with this process. So the idea is, again, this was an ideal process. If we had a magic wand and clean slate, what would these three states, given their situation, their goals and objectives, what would an ideal situation or a planning process look like? Obviously, we have statutory parameters, we have rule parameters here in North Carolina that guides the IRP process. So I think it depends on what we extrapolate out of this and decide, what are the good ideas that we want to take from this plan and impose on the North Carolina process. And then the public staff would react to that and integrate into that process. I don't know that we can unilaterally change the planning process on our own, but I think that's that would be how I respond to your question.
All right, follow up if I may, Commissioner Clodfelter.
Of course.
All right, Chris, I assume your group that typically participates in the IRP is giving thought what components of this process or how this process would be adapted or best suited for North Carolina. And I don't want to hear what those thoughts are. I just want to know that whether you all have started thinking about this.
I've been thinking about this, and we are starting to think about it. My staff is being introduced to this concept, over the last few weeks with the NARUC session that rolled it out in February, as well as this session. So we will definitely be talking about it in the weeks going forward.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Any others? Commissioner McKissick.
Thank you, Commissioner Clodfelter. Chris, I was wondering if you all even got to the point yet of thinking about what potential legislative changes might be enacted, assuming we move toward this model that's being presented at this time, or even more holistically in terms of things that might actually enable us to have a more meaningful, robust involvement as a commission in the IRP process. I mean, do you get the point of sorting through those type of details or thinking about what those legislative changes would consist of or look like?
So the public staff is not. The North Carolina cohort did have some discussions about, what could be on the table, what types of rule changes is something that this commission could certainly implement in order to integrate some of these components. There may be some items that require statutory changes. There may be others that may not. But there were some ideas out there, but didn't go too far down that road because, there were four of us, and obviously the commission is the one that ultimately makes those decisions in terms of rule changes and most likely proposing legislation or working with other stakeholders in this process to address something through the legislative process. So some thoughts, but recognizing that that's a bigger decision with a bigger group to discuss.
Absolutely. Thank you.
If I can follow up, Commissioner McKissick, on Chris's comment, when I think one of the things, useful things we could do off the bat is to take a look at our existing IRP rule, the commission adopted rule, and look at it in light of some of the ideas that were discussed in the task force process. Again, as Chris says, when the four of us who were the North Carolina participants did that on a fairly high level and cursory basis, not in a deep dive or studied basis, but when we just sort of took an initial look, one of the things that jumped right out at us was that our current IRP rule calls out a number of different values that are to be given consideration in determining the resource mix for the electric grid. It lists a number of different values. Cost is one, reliability is one, environmental compatibility is one, but one that was missing, but that was very much a topic of discussion at the task force among all three of our states, was resilience. It's not even called out as a value in our rule as something that needs to influence thinking about what the portfolio mix needs to look like for North Carolina. And so, I mean, there are some, that's a very granular sort of illustration, though, of the kind of the next step that I think the task force contemplated that what each state would do take the idealized process and look at their existing processes in light of that and see what kind of steps could be taken. Maybe they're incremental and small at first. Maybe they have to be something much more significant than that. But I think as we go through the presentations this morning, one of the interesting things too to look at will be how are the planning processes now underway at Duke and at Dominion? How do they sort of align with or vary from or differentiate from the idealized process that was outlined in the task force? And so that's another useful way that the task force product can be used is a way of sort of giving context to the efforts of our existing IOUs in North Carolina to transform their own planning processes. So sorry for a long-winded comment, but I take the privilege as a member of the North Carolina delegation to sort of make the comment.
Sure, well, that's very insightful. I appreciate that oversight and input.
Anything else for Chris? If not, we'll move to Sushma Mazemore, who was also a member of the North Carolina delegation.
Good morning. My name is Sushma Mazemore. I'm the State Energy Director, and I want to thank Commissioner Clodfelter for inviting me to speak and share my takeaways from the task force, but a view of how we see the lessons learned into applying some of the recommendations in the Clean Energy Plan and other work that has transpired in the last year and a half or so. So I'm going to share my presentation. So I'm going to step back a little bit and then dive deeper into North Carolina. And broadly, we all know this, but I wanted to reiterate the transformational changes that are occurring in the electric power grid, but also in the supply of fuel itself. In the Clean Energy Plan, we cited decentralization, digitization, decarbonization, and economic development as driving the power sector transformation across the country. What's shown in the middle is a projection, latest projection from the annual energy outlook that the Energy Information Administration releases every year. And according to their 2020 projections out to 2050, it shows the rise in the renewables as expected, but also the rise in natural gas. And that around 2025, according to their reference case, the renewables overtake the amount of generation in the power sector. The AEO forecast says that electricity generation increases by 1/3, and that natural gas prices influence competition with renewables. And this, you've seen that, and this is going to continue to be a push and pull type of economic and market drivers between the top energy providing resources. Grid transformation in North Carolina has been happening and it will continue to evolve. But we know that many of these transformations are happening because of technology evolution and the declining cost of what is available in the market. Fuel prices and other cost uncertainties are also driving the transformation. Customers are asking for different outcomes and choices. So their preferences and practices are driving the transformation. The public also have their own interests in sustainability and decarbonization goals. Those public goals are individual goals as well as businesses and local governments. We also know, as Commissioner Clodfelter said, natural and physical threats are challenging our grid, and that reliability and resiliency needs will also require the grid to be looked at in a different light. And then, as we're going to see in the coming years, federal policies and state policies related to the energy sector and the environment itself will require us to take a look at how we plan for future assets. Here's another forecast from the AEO. It shows on the positive y-axis above the zero all of the capacity additions that are planned nationally. All the green bars show the natural gas additions, and the light blue bars show the solar additions. And then the dark blue are the wind capacity additions. And on the negative axis, you see the coal and some nuclear retirements. And one of the most striking part is you're seeing a projection of significant amount of coal retirement in the next 5 years. This chart, and I've been watching this for about 3 years now, has been more and more stronger in terms of how it projects the different resource types entering the market and leaving the market. And this is a national projection. They don't do this at a North Carolina level, but we all know through the IRP projections what is anticipated in the state. So with greater alignment of transmission, resource, and distribution planning, states and utilities can look forward to how to improve grid reliability and resilience. We know as these transformations are occurring, there is an opportunity to optimize the use of the distributed energy resources. This can provide benefits to the ratepayers through unnecessary cost avoidance. It can meet state policy priorities, and it can increase the transparency of investment decisions that we make in the coming future. So in the Clean Energy Plan, as I'll show you in a few moments, we recognize that this transformation will require a forum that is more transparent towards decision making. We will need to bring the right players to the conversation to examine the system as a whole. That will include the IOUs and the cooperatives and the municipal utility providers, as well as the general stakeholders in the state. We also see that this is not going to be an overnight thing, that it will be a plan ahead concept, and it will be a long and iterative process. This 21st century grid that we have has taken 100 years plus to get to where we're at. And as this sector becomes the next wave of modernization, that it would need to meet the demand of the public and the industry and the technology evolution so that it is smart, flexible, and modern. But most of all, we want that to be open enough that future design and planning processes can be accommodated so that the design itself is not outpaced by technology evolution. We released the State Energy Office and the DEQ released two plans under the Executive Order 80 under Governor Cooper's Climate Change Initiative. One you're very familiar with, and that is the Clean Energy Plan. And in the policy and action recommendations, they were specific recommendations that align with the comprehensive system planning discussion we're having today. But I also want to bring a highlight to the state climate risk and resilience plan that we put together in June of 2020. There are elements to this plan that really do correspond to the energy sector resiliency plan. I'd like to highlight those in a few moments. The utility incentives and comprehensive system planning was one of the categories that the Clean Energy Plan focused on. And within that, the utility system planning stated that a recommendation that establishes a comprehensive system planning process that connects the generation, transmission, and distribution system in a holistic and iterative process that involves stakeholder input, and that is led by the Commission through an investigation of what they desire in utility distribution system plans, should be one of the first processes through which we can get started. This investigation should outline the elements of an IDP or integrated distribution plan and how it links with the IRP and transmission planning. Through that, we can move towards a more integrated system operations plan approach type of concept, which combines resource and transmission and distribution planning. And this may require regularly scheduled plan submissions to allow stakeholders intervention, review, and feedback. This may also require the development and use of new analytical tools, improved data techniques, collection, as well as evaluation techniques, and modeling resources for industry and stakeholders. But the Commission may also be required to provide some guidelines for comprehensive system planning. And one way to do that is start focusing initially on distribution planning. And as I said earlier, the outputs can feed into existing processes, such as the IRP proceedings, the ISOP efforts, and the transmission planning collaboratives efforts. Another category of recommendation of Clean Energy Plan was grid modernization and resilience. And I'll focus on two specific recommendations. One was to use comprehensive utility planning to determine the sequence and the needed functionality and cost for grid modernization investments. And specifically, creating accountability for future investments by creating more transparency, setting targets and goals and timelines towards those grid modernization initiatives. And part of doing that may require establishing formal procedures on requirements for plans that achieves a certain streamlined and transparent process. We're talking about this in many projects in partnerships with the utilities as well as the university sector and local governments. The commission may be called to provide a set of requirements prior to submission of a grid modernization plan to ensure that technologies that are presented are deployed strategically and on an as-needed basis. Grid modernization can also be linked to inform a more holistic planning process if it requires more improvements to both the distribution and the transmission system itself. The utilities can also include detailed and clear analysis of costs and benefits, such that the improved investments are recognized and the value of those investments are part of the equation. But one of the most important things that grid modernization could entail that is different is establishing performance metrics or targets that accompany timelines so that regulators and the stakeholders can ensure that the new investments we put in on the system delivers the expected benefits and the public benefits as well as the policy outcomes in a timely manner. I'm focusing a little bit on resiliency because I think that is a topic that we don't hear as much, and it is an evolving both state of science, but also a required element for all of us in the coming years. One recommendation in the Clean Energy Plan cited that utilities could be required to develop projects that focuses on DERs, community solutions, such as microgrids, and ensuring that critical assets and state and government buildings, community resilience related sites are enhanced. Another method is to develop methods to quantify the human costs of power outages, the societal impact of power outages, and how to integrate those costs into evaluating the grid modernization plans that I just discussed. The chart on the left here, you may be familiar with. This is a NOAA developed cost of disasters in the United States. This particular chart shows the number of billion-dollar disasters that have been recorded by NOAA for the last almost 20 years or so. And most of the recent disasters that have been costing the nation over $1 billion have happened in the last 5 to 7 years. And what's interesting is that of the top 6 that I'm showing you here, 5 of the billion-dollar disasters also occurred in North Carolina. And so we are at the leading edge of not only the impacts, but also the cost of climate-related disasters that is affecting our economy and our built and natural infrastructure. The pie chart on the right shows that 67% of the outages were due to weather-related disasters. And we all know that Hurricane Florence changed the discussion and the way we plan and think ahead. And this particular graphics you've seen many times before from Duke Energy. It just shows how Florence was the largest impacting the Duke Carolinas system in the recent years. Many outages, but the impact was not just the power sector. It was an economy-wide impact to over 50% of our state's counties were declared disaster areas. $17 billion in statewide damage is probably even more higher than that. And thousands of people were in shelters and needed to be rescued. And lessons learned out of this has evolved. Every institution and government is looking at how we plan and prepare for more resilient and stronger comeback from such disasters. And on the left here, you see components of the grid improvement plan that is in front of you that includes some of the solutions towards this issue. But what we've seen will continue to occur, and it may most likely continue to get worsened. The latest climate science report that was commissioned out of the E-100 process by our department shows that large changes in North Carolina's climate, much larger than any time in our state's history, are very likely with a probability of 90 to 100% outcome by the end of the century under both what we call lower and higher emission scenarios. And this particular graph on the bottom right shows that the temperature increases in our state will be contingent on the emission scenarios that we see globally as well as in the state. But despite that, the weather-related impacts will continue to be felt by our citizens and our businesses. So we come back to how we plan for reliability and resiliency. We all know that reliability is a well-defined metric and is associated with everyday operation of the grid. But resiliency talks more about major events and how we define hazards and threats that affect the built infrastructure. The NERIC documents show that there is really no uniform methodology or best practice for incorporating resiliency into utility planning processes. And no state, although some have started, utilizes a resilience metric similar to a reliability metric in regulated planning processes. And that regulatory proceedings can incorporate resiliency values, but it's difficult as to how you incorporate that in a quantitative way. So currently, a few states are looking at it in a qualitative method for decision making. And some of the commissioners are aware of this project that we're doing with DOE and led by the UNC Charlotte EPIC Center. It looks at a more of a risk-based framework where it walks through the hazards that are affecting a particular region, a location, or an area, and how those hazards are translating to consequences towards power outages, the community's ability to bounce back, and for the economy to recover. And based on those goals, the resiliency goals are established, and through that, metrics can be developed that quantifies the human and economic cost of power outages, such that when those investment decisions are made, that the energy infrastructure planning and operations are related to those goals and outcomes. And on the right here is a potential type of direct and indirect resiliency metrics that can be developed through this resiliency risk-based framework that are targeted towards a given hazard in a location or a region. This particular table was used in our risk and resilience plan, and it comes from Sandia National Laboratory as to how these metrics can potentially be developed. So in summary, I wanted to just highlight to the Commission that many drivers, as we know and admit, are rapidly transforming our power system, and that the grid is becoming more dynamic due to the two-way power flows. But it's going to demand more data, more access, modeling techniques, and decision support tools for both planners as well as for regulators. We will need to explore beyond our traditional generation, transmission, and distribution planning processes, but also how we operate the grid, both at the distribution level and transmission level, will become important in how we maximize the availability of those devices and assets. We also think that evolution and planning processes are needed to consider the system as a whole, and that it should require input from stakeholders. It will require regulatory solutions such as rulemaking, looking beyond what is status quo, but it will also require some policy actions. We will need to look out for areas where such flexibility and authority is needed to do this right, and so that we can maximize the taxpayer dollars and the ratepayers' money towards the system that we rely on for so much in our economy. And so finally, I just wanted to give the message that I believe this conference is a necessary next step in understanding and charting a path forward in our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Sushma. Are there questions or comments for Sushma on this presentation? Well, I can't, Sushma, let you get off that easy. I know you've been alerted that this question might be asked, so I trust I'm not ambushing you. I don't mean to do that. But, and it's not directly on the topic of integrated planning, but since you've got our attention and you've got us all here, do you want to share any comments on the roadmap of energy policy options that your team is currently working on for consideration? If not, that's fine, but I was told that you were aware you might get that question.
Well, I think, thank you, Commissioner Kleinfelter. I appreciate that question. I think that roadmap is really is a synthesis and consolidation of what we've learned in the last 2 years and what we've heard from stakeholders. And we want to present what are the short-term immediate actions that can be taken through decision makers. I believe that what I just described here and what Chris has mentioned is really the roadmap itself in terms of what we see our integrated system, where we're not looking in a bifurcated and isolated way of how we look at assets in a generation box and a transmission box or distribution box. But we're also looking at it, who supplies that and who services that. So bringing the utilities and the co-ops and munis are important to this conversation because they not only benefit, but also they also can add value to that conversation. But at the same time, you know, the users themselves, the demand from the public, the demand from the business and industries, as well as the local governments that I just mentioned, are constantly in a state of emergency in responding to these disasters and weather-related events. We need to figure out how we can reduce some of that constant emergency. There are places in a community that are underserved and not served appropriately for a variety of reasons. So we're all asked from a state agency point of view to create that roadmap that allows us to look for that future, whether it's 5 years from now or 10 or 20 years from now. So I'm just going to leave it broad if that's okay, because I can't give you a direct answer, because if I knew that, I wouldn't be here. Thank you.
That's fair, and as I say, it was a little bit off of the main line of the topic, so I appreciate your taking the question. Chair Mitchell, your hand appears to be up, and now your WebEx artificial hand is up. I see it.
I figured it out. Question for Sushma, if I may.
Of course.
Okay. Sushma, and you may have said this, and if you did, forgive me, but it'll help me to hear it again. The weather data that you presented and the climate-related impacts, are those NOAA? Is that all NOAA data?
So the first chart where I showed you is the economic data that shows the impact of all the storms every month tracked by NOAA. That's NOAA data. Those are actual reported. The data I showed you on the North Carolina Science Report, that was produced last March by a group of scientists as part of the assessment that they did for North Carolina as a state and by region. So there are variables, climate variables that they forecasted how they're going to be changing over time using the best science and models based on the National Climate Assessment technique.
Can you talk a little bit more about that North Carolina specific effort? I mean, is it an ongoing effort, and how much historical? I mean, are they looking at historical data when forecasting what's going to happen? I mean, what just help us understand more about that endeavor.
Sure. So the science report, I think that's what you're asking for. It's more of what do we expect in terms of weather-related events. So it is a historical view for the last 100+ years, and then all the data that's available, and it's a projection into the future years. And the technique they apply is developed out of international standards, as well as the National Climate Assessment, which is mandated by Congress, and 13 federal agencies develop it at the national level. Many of the same scientists helped North Carolina prepare their science report. And they authored this report through a peer-reviewed process. And basically, it is the best data science we have on what the anticipated change to the climate is for North Carolina. There are 23 or 25 variables that were tracked, including the level of precipitation, the temperature, changes, daily highs and daily nighttime temperatures, the durations, the storm event frequencies between hurricanes, tornadoes, and those kind of things, sea level rise, inland flooding, so you name it, including they also actually looked at parameters that affect engineering design of buildings and building operations. Those kind of things are in this document that is a reference and a resource for planners and regulators. So I'm happy to get that to you. There's a wonderful presentation that was done by the scientists that gives a good 30-minute overview, and then there's an hour-long overview.
Okay. I would ask Sushma that you provide that a link to that reference to the commission, if that's acceptable to Commissioner Klinefelter.
Of course it is.
Okay.
All requests for information are good.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Sushma, for giving us your time this morning and for all the work that you're doing. We really appreciate the chance to interact with you. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Let me take everybody's temperature. We've been going just short of an hour. Are you okay with plowing ahead, or is anyone desperate to move around? All right, well, then let's move to the second phase here of the morning. And we're going to hear two presentations from our regulated IOUs about what they have underway with respect to distribution planning processes and programs. And we're going to start with the two Duke utilities. I understand that I am to call on Mark Oliver, who's going to lead that presentation, and he's going to introduce himself. You know him already, but let me say that Duke, in the person of Mark and a couple of others on his team, also participated in the NARUC-NASIO task force work as outside experts, as it were. We brought in a number of outside interests and experts to help us with that effort. And so we really appreciate, Mark, the work that your team did with the task force, as well as what you're going to tell us about this morning. So thank you for that. And with that, you've got the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Excuse me. For those that I haven't had the opportunity to meet, I lead the Integrated System Planning Group at Duke, which includes the Integrated Resource Planning function, as well as our ISOP initiative, or Integrated System and Operations Planning. So I'd like to start by thanking the commissioners for this opportunity to share a status update for ISOP, and also to do an alignment check with the Comprehensive Energy Planning Task Force findings. Mike, if you don't mind advancing to the next slide. Thank you. So ISOP initiative is really focused on helping us to integrate distributed resources cost effectively as we prepare for a long-term transition to a much more dynamic grid, both at the bulk level and also at the circuit level. So we see ISOP as being strategically aligned with our climate goals and also the goals that Sushma mentioned from the state, as well as our grid improvement and resilience efforts. Next slide, please, Mike. So this slide illustrates how ISOP is supporting development and integration of the new planning approach across generation transmission resources. So our approach is leveraging the planning efforts in integrated resource planning to provide a more holistic, system-wide view of the resources and grid requirements that are needed to realize our clean energy objectives while maintaining affordability and reliability for our customers. As shown here, ISOP is helping to create the data infrastructure that's needed to support these new systems and promote a new, more robust level of collaboration between the planning groups. The green areas that you see there out to the right reflect that each of these planning areas will continue to support their respective asset planning processes. It will also be a more integrated approach to meeting both the capacity needs and grid operating requirements reflected in the IRPs of the future. One of the terms that we use in ISOP is non-traditional solutions. That's also referred to as non-wires alternatives out in the industry more often. And as we talk about the potential for non-traditional solution deployment here today, it may be helpful to provide some context around the relative magnitude of those opportunities to defer transmission and distribution capacity needs in the future. So any given year, we spend roughly 20% of our capital on capacity upgrade related investments. And within that population of 20%, a relatively small portion appears economic and as we look at current technology costs. And we expect that trend to continue for the next 3 to 5 years. So we see the initial opportunity to be relatively modest at this point, but even so, we think it's very important to continue on this path and work toward this because it will take time to work through the analytical processes with the commission and staff and get a good level of comfort and understanding of these more advanced and complex planning processes. The economics to improve over time as technology advances. And this will be, while it's not necessarily a complete solution to every challenge that we have in front of us in terms of the clean energy transition, we do see it as an important tool in the toolbox to help us achieve our carbon reduction goals, again, while maintaining affordability and reliability for our customers. Next slide, please, Mike. So I thought it would be good to take a minute here and talk about how we see alignment between the ISOP process and the silver cohort flowchart. And overall, we see a good level of alignment, although, of course, the output of this flowchart could look different in each of the states because of the differences in weather and geography and socioeconomic drivers and even regulatory policy. But in terms of commonalities, we see a lot of alignment. We have the ongoing stakeholder engagement process to support the development effort, and we expect that to organically converge with other stakeholder efforts in IRP and in grid investment type activities in the future. Granular load forecasting and integration across distribution, transmission, and generation is also central to our approach to allow consideration of alternatives like storage and advanced customer programs to meet our future needs in a more holistic way through a coordinated planning process. In terms of external collaboration, we view our wholesale customers as really key stakeholders in planning as well as in operation managing reliability. So some examples of historic coordination with our wholesale customers include providing regular IRP updates in our customer meetings with them. Also, regular opportunities for interaction and coordination through the North Carolina Transmission Planning Collaborative. And with their partnership, we're continuing to collaborate on ISOP. And some examples of that, both in the past and in current day, are Electricities has coordinated with us in the past by installing real-time telemetry and providing that information related to their solar facilities. And that's really improved the situational awareness for system operators on our system. And that also helps us to improve the accuracy of meter load and state estimation in the energy management system. EMC has been very active with us as well, working with us over the past year and a half or so to test out providing 8760 hourly forecast for the distribution connected points of delivery on our system, and they're continuing that work. And that will provide for our distribution planners better information about the shape of their load on those circuits that we're serving, and help us analyze the overall effect of combined their requirements and our requirements. EMC is also collaborating with us on sharing real-time telemetry information through their distribution operator project, which again helps us to enhance system operator awareness. And also they've been collaborating with us with respect to coordinating on actions for addressing deficit and excess energy generation situations on our system. Next slide, please, Mike. We also wanted to talk for a minute about the Smart Energy Power Alliance IDP framework that was published last year. Our participation in this effort gave us a broad perspective of common elements of the IDP processes across the national landscape, and it really helped to reinforce that we were on the right path with our ISOP approach. This graphic that you might have seen in the IDP gives us a way to illustrate kind of our status in each of the major categories of their planning framework. So on load forecasting, I know this is a little bit of an eye chart, but on load forecasting at the top, we see ourselves as being pretty advanced along that path, and we'll be able to roll that into the future RPs starting in 2022. We also have integration of T&D planning, but we're in a fairly early state of that. And in current state, we're still siloed, but we're transitioning to a coordinated process for the 2022. We're also working on streamlining of the interconnection, as I'm sure you know, and we've also developed a lightweight version of a hosting capacity map, which I'll talk more about later. And we're evaluating requirements for a more comprehensive version of hosting capacity functionality in the future from our advanced distribution planning toolset. And lastly, we've been taking a proactive approach to stakeholder engagement, so we feel like we're well on the track there. Next slide, please, Mike. Circuit level forecasting is really a critical input to the advanced distribution planning process, and then that, of course, feeds up into transmission planning. These forecasting models that we use for circuit level forecasting do incorporate the same key inputs as our system level forecast, but they also include the customer, circuit-specific customer demographics on each circuit. As part of this process, it's important that we know where the distributed resources are on the circuits so that we can forecast both the gross and the net demand load sheet. Distribution planners are bringing their locational and technical experience to this process in a collaborative process with the load forecasting group. And as we gain more AMI history, as more time goes by with those AMI meters installed, our forecasting process and our phase corrections will continue to improve over time. Next slide, please, Mike. Okay, so here we're going to take a little detour, and Jean is going to cover the advanced distribution planning efforts. Jean is our project manager on that very crucial part of the ISOP process. Take it away.
Thanks, Mark. And okay, so I wanted to talk with you today about how we're using these forecasts here that Mark was just describing So we can use these forecasts in a few different ways. One of them is to really change our view of the grid here from a 3 to 5 year capital planning window out to a 10-year planning window. What this also does is it lets us evaluate various scenarios here kind of in a consistent way across generation, transmission, and distribution. In addition, these forecasts, they're done at an hourly level, so that lets us capture the time varying behavior of the distributed energy resources. So then with this lets us model and incorporate distributed energy resources as a part of our solutioning when we're coming up with solutions for these distribution circuit issues. It also lets us really capture the two-way power flow, lets us capture that consistently, and really capture the benefits of the distribution-sided options here for generation and transmission. In order to do that now with you know, the new forecasts here, these hourly forecasts, really trying to get these networked solutions, we have to incorporate a lot more integration of automation and new tools and data. So we're trying to evolve from this, from the old way of planning where a planner sits at a desktop and largely in isolation to where they're trying to use integrated data inputs and really be a part of a larger team. So we're really evolving the whole planning process there. Next slide, please. So how we're doing this is right now we're using a hybrid solution where we're using some of the traditional power flow software. We're really incorporating a lot more front-end analytics here. And these analytics really let us take advantage of time-varying or time-saving analytics to load these files. Really reduce the time that a planner is spending on the front-end part of their analyses, maneuvering between all these inputs, getting all these inputs in place, executing these analyses. And what this then does is lets us evaluate where the best place to put these batteries, provide that information back to the ISOP organization as well. Again, it's the idea here is that we're evolving the planning process, really kind of reflecting the more networked condition here of the grid. So on the bottom here, we have a timeline. So, you know, you can see that up through the end of last year here, we got through partial scale deployment of this project. And that's where we're testing out all these different tools, kind of making sure that they fit together. And we tested that out on about 15 to 20% of the circuits here in the Carolinas. This year, we're focusing on scaling everything up and deploying that out for full scale on all circuits here in the Carolinas. And then you can see followed by upgrades and future deployments here thereafter. Next slide, please. I think it's back to you, Mark.
Thanks, Gene. So as we were pulling together the data sets needed to support circuit level forecasting and also roll those up to the transmission level, we found some new opportunities to use that data to improve the efficiency of this overall process. And as you can imagine, with the complexity of integrated analysis, it's going to be really helpful to do that in the most targeted way possible. So we've been developing screening tools that combine feeder level data, load and distributed resource operating history, equipment ratings, and forecast for both load and distributed resource deployment in the future to allow a system-wide look at distribution analysis so that we can target particular circuits that could be good candidates for field evaluation. These resources were also leveraged to support the new distributed generation guidance map that we published last fall to help developers more readily identify areas on the system that might have available capacity to support additional distributed resources. Next slide, please, Mark. Okay, so we found two key factors that are helpful for identifying economic opportunities for batteries as distribution capacity solutions. First would be minimizing the size of the battery, and that would be things like targeting circuits with smaller overloads and over shorter durations, and thirdly, lower load growth circuits. So when you have a longer duration overload, that naturally just increases the energy requirement that you have to fulfill with that battery. So for instance, an 8-hour battery costs roughly 4 times the amount of a 2-hour battery. So targeting shorter periods of overload are helpful to improve the economics. Also, when you have a circuit with a higher growth rate of load, the deferral might be too short for the project to be economic. So the level of certainty about the rate of growth on that load of the circuit is also important to the economic evaluation. And another big factor would be maximizing the value of the primary and secondary use cases. So you want to ideally look for projects that have a large enough dollar that you're avoiding in terms of deferral costs, so that those solutions be economically viable, and also find cases and kind of the union of cases that have that high project cost and also good alignment with system conditions, so that when you're meeting the exercising that non-traditional solution to meet the local need, you're also helping to meet the system need at the same time. So to give a sense of scale for the future opportunities, we screened last year all the circuits for DEP, and only about 3% passed the criteria for further, more detailed review. So that gives you kind of a sense of the current economics of energy storage and other forms of non-traditional solution as viable ways to offset future capacity needs. Next slide, please. This graphic illustrates the approach that we're using to make sure that missing any opportunities coming out of the gate with ISOP. So on the right-hand side, you see what we call a bottoms-up approach to narrow down the population for candidates for further evaluation. The screening criteria that we use here is intentionally generous to make sure that we don't miss opportunities. So we have a bias toward including marginal projects as opposed to excluding marginal projects with the way we've set up the screening criteria. So in terms of this bottoms-up approach, we reviewed all the identified projects in the Carolinas over the last year. And out of 345 projects, there were only 11 that were deemed to meet the economic criteria to be financially viable for a battery storage project. And out of those 11 projects, 5 were eliminated due to timing or other considerations, leaving only 6. So in this case, we've got roughly 2% of existing on the books that look like they could be potential candidates under today's economics. Of course, we expect that to improve in the future. On the left side, we're showing that top-down process that I just mentioned in the previous slide, where we saw about 3% of the circuits on the DEP side identified as potential candidates when we look forward through the next 10 years at load growth and see where we might be exceeding by the right amount so that an economic non-traditional solution might be viable. So this kind of gives you a sense from both ends of kind of what the relative scope of near-term non-traditional solutions we're looking at. It's fairly modest in the current sense. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide illustrates a case study that we were looking at for deferring a distribution upgrade for 6 years based on the timing of a new subdivision coming into the circuit. So here the battery size is based on the overload magnitude and duration, and that's represented by the area under the curve, under that load curve there on the left side, where the horizontal line represents the circuit rating. And you can see you've got, a summer load shape there, and it's a fairly long period of time that you're trying to cover with the non-traditional solution. In addition to the 8760 time series power flow modeling that we're doing with the new SIME model, that model also helps us to identify battery size and location on the circuit for non-traditional solutions in the future. Here, when we do this type of analysis, it's important that the energy storage accounts for the degradation and depth of discharge limitations that naturally need to be factored in, whether you're taking an upfront, building all that capacity in upfront approach, or doing a replenishment over time of the battery. those capital costs have to be accounted for either way. In this case, because the battery was fairly large and it had a fairly long duration, the total benefits that we measured in terms of the distribution cost deferral and also the system benefits only covered about 45% for this 6-year deferral case. We also tested that and looked at what it would take to get out to a 12-year deferral, and that did improve the economics somewhat, but in that case, it only 2% of the cost. So we were still coming up short in terms of the economic viability of this project. However, we do expect batteries to come to decline in cost quite a bit, up to 50% in the next 10 years. So projects like this could certainly be more viable frequently in the late 2020 timeframe. Next slide. So in this second distribution case that we're showing here, we are looking at a situation where we had customers at the end of a long feeder that had a high outage history. So this would be a reliability / resilience type project. Here, the battery size again is based on the circuit peak load, and we've sized it some for motor start and duration required to achieve the desired reliability improvement. So what we targeted was the 90th percentile of potential 4-hour outage. Obviously, there are some, catastrophic type outages that, it wouldn't be practical to have a 100-hour battery, but we looked at the outage history to try to determine kind of where the sweet spot was, where we could get the most bang for the buck in terms of improving reliability for this function. As Sushma mentioned earlier, though, it is difficult to put a price tag on reliability, and that's something that, we feel like the industry needs more work on. So in this case, the benefits only covered 30% of the cost, and that was mainly from the system benefits of this project. We used the ICE tool to account for the cost of outages, but in this case, it was a pretty modest component of the cost offset. Next slide, please. So as the Commission recognized in the order that was accepting the 2019 IRPs and had some instruction for us about how to address grid investments that would be needed to facilitate coal retirements. Grid investments are going to be increasingly important as we undertake this clean energy transition that's ahead of us. So our initial grid planning integration efforts that were reflected in the 2020 IRPs included some transmission cost estimates associated with the different planning pathways. And what was represented there in the 2020 IRPs provides a starting point for planning integration. And what we plan to do with ISOP is to continue refinement of those types of effort. Here we've undertaken several efforts to improve modelings and processes mentioned here. And one of those being the transition to the Encompass model that we have planned for future IRPs. And lastly, I'll mention here that we recognize stakeholder engagement to be important on this front of how we quantify grid investment needs. And one example of that effort was the portfolio screening tool that we developed last year to help stakeholders get a sense of the implications for grid investment of various resource mixes. So if you're trying to replace conventional generation strictly with renewables and storage, you would see a multiplying effect of the number of megawatts that you need to add to the grid to make that transition happen. So, while it didn't put specific numbers to that question, it does give a sense in relative terms and directional terms of how much grid investment might be needed. Next slide, please. So to provide a little bit more insight into our transmission analysis, we introduced some of the concepts for screening of non-traditional solutions on the transmission system in our stakeholder meetings last year. We've continued to make progress implementing time series power flow with the ProMod model to help enable screening for opportunities for deploying traditional solutions to meet future transmission needs. In our screening of existing transmission projects, we didn't find any that passed the technical screen, but we did pick one that was one of the closer ones to use as a test case for the analysis process. And we performed a more detailed case study from that with potential storage options using the process that we have depicted here for the phase 1 feasibility study. The results of that preliminary round of study were included in some presentations that we did for the public staff last year, along with the updated plans for the traditional solutions that are being considered for that particular project. Next slide, please, Mike. One additional area of focus for us in 2021 is looking at the timelines and the level of coordination needed to connect our planning processes together across the silos that we have within the company today. And this conceptual illustration depicts an integration across load forecasting, generation resource planning, transmission planning, and distribution planning. And we're thinking about this to see what the right cadence would be in the future, whether this could be accomplished reasonably in a 2-year cycle. We'll be working with these new components between now and the September 2022 filing for the next RP to see how well this works. But I think it works in our favor that the number of candidates at these early stage of the game for detailed evaluation is relatively small. So that will help it make it more achievable in the near term, but we do expect the count of analysis to be performed to increase over time as the economics improve. Next slide, please. And last, I won't go over this chart in detail, but we've shared the simplified Gantt chart and prior stakeholder efforts. And this illustrates overall the ISOP development timeline. This is obviously complex work, and we're making good progress on it. And we expect this work to culminate in our first iteration in the 2022 IRPs. Next slide, please, Mike. As we're approaching the end here, I thought it would be good to make some observations from what we see in the national landscape as we think about ISOP and what we see nationally in other states' regulatory filings. So, as I mentioned earlier, about 80% of our company's total distribution and transmission capital investments are not related to capacity upgrades, but rather things like fulfilling compliance mandates, service extensions for new customers and businesses, and asset health and reliability programs. So out of that remaining 20% that are potentially deferrable capacity upgrades, we're seeing roughly about 2% of those projects fit within the screening criteria to move on for further study. And this is mirrored in the national data, which according to the Wood Mackenzie database, out of 321 potential non-wires alternative projects in the US, only 16% have come to fruition at this point. And out of all those, about 59% after being identified as potential non-wires alternatives were ultimately not pursued. So it goes to show some of the complexity and economic challenges, in our current state with these new technologies. It's also important to recognize that the performance of demand-side resources are inherently less predictable than a wire solution. So it will be important to really think carefully through that and manage the risk well in terms of potential for customer adoption to not show up as we hope, or customer retention on those programs to not work out as we hope when we're dealing with these inside resources serving a reliability function. So, the ask here, I would say, is that when we think about potential rulemaking for ISOP, that it take into context the relative size of this. This is a fairly modest part of the work that transmission and distribution is, and we want to make sure that we don't encumber them too much with filing requirements in the process here. That would be out of proportion to the benefit. And so as it relates to ISOP, the hope would be that we can allow screening processes and not have to, do full integrated analysis on every single project that's out there. Obviously, that would be difficult, if not impossible. And so, we hope to leverage the screening process is well aligned with what we see other utilities out there doing. And here we're also in ISOP trying to employ the walk, jog, run approach to our development effort. And hopefully the rulemaking can kind of follow a similar path so that we can make sure that we're not getting ahead of the analytical process too much with rulemaking. And the last point on this would be pretty obvious, and you hear a lot about this in the IDP discussions nationwide, that there's a concern about customer data privacy and also grid security. So planning at the distribution level naturally requires some reliance on lightly aggregated individual data. And we would want to work with the public staff and commission on any rules around how that data would be provided out to third parties in the future. Next slide, please, Mike. And just a few wrap-up comments. I think I've hit on most of these already, but obviously we're trying to implement the basic elements of this process in the 2022 IRP. We do fully intend to continue working with stakeholders through this process and also engage with industry peers, leveraging resources like EPRI with their program 278, and also benchmark with other utilities across the country that are embarking on this work. And I think that just about wraps it up. I'll turn it back over to Commissioner Clodfelter. Thank you for this time.
Thank you, Mark. I suspect we've got some questions for you. I'm going to, though, start you off with a couple if I can, and then we'll let others pick up on that after that. There is a statement in the current IRPs, the 2020 IRPs, and I'm going to read out the statement and then I'll ask you a question about it. This is from the ISOP discussion section in those IRPs. It says, over time, there may be an opportunity to evolve to a longer-term grid planning approach as contemplated here, but it is important to recognize that this type of transition would affect many stakeholders and would require constructive regulatory support to consider these changes. So I think you may have touched on what I'm about to ask a little bit, but I want to see if you want to elaborate in especially in your last couple of slides, you were sort of discussing some of it. Can you comment on specific regulatory challenges that you want to highlight from that statement at the present stage of things? And you may have covered this already in what you just said in the last couple of slides, but if you want to elaborate a little more on what do you think are the regulatory challenges at the current state you're at right now with the ISOP effort?
Thank you. Yes, as it was described in the IRP, the current approach to cost recovery is somewhat of a challenge. When we think about making this clean energy transition, the current process is really incremental in that it's a first come, first served basis for interconnection of resources and there's really not a way to allocate cost for longer range planning where you look at, okay, if I need to add this many thousand megawatts of renewable resources over the next 10 years, what's the best set of transmission investments to allow us to do that most cost effectively? So where that refers to involving other stakeholders, anytime you talk about cost allocation in the context of transmission planning, it's important to recognize that there are a lot of stakeholders that have a piece of that pie and will be interested in the outcome of the planning process. And so we do expect that there's opportunity there first, but also that it will be somewhat of a process to go through to get the stakeholder input and to get a consensus around the approach, the regulatory approach, to allow a more holistic, longer-term planning for interconnection of resources over a longer period of time to enable clean energy transition. I hope that helps.
It does. It's actually a very important point to focus on, and to pick up on what you just said. I think too, you say a cost recovery mechanism for those longer range type of investments that aren't purely recovered through first come first serve type interconnection charges, if I understand you.
That's correct.
Let me ask you a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let me ask you. Go ahead. Finish. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I was just going to say, we do see in the national landscape some of the states and utilities proposing specific projects to enable that, and normally it requires some sort of enabling legislation to approve cost recovery. So there was a project in Texas some years ago for bringing wind from the western part of the state to the load centers in the east. I think Nevada has proposed a project in the last year to import or bring renewables from a more remote corner of their service territory toward the load centers. I think XL recently made a proposal as well. So I think those are examples of cases where legislative support is needed to create a pathway for the utility to recover cost and to do incremental planning.
Thank you. Let me ask you one more question, then I'll turn it over to my colleagues. It occurs to me that some of the outputs that you can generate using your new ADP tools, once they're fully developed, some of those outputs could be of great interest and usefulness to the Commission in decisions that we may have to make. I think, for example, of your DG guidance map, which I know that was just the first iteration of that you released last fall. But I'm thinking about again, as we transition our decision making from a first come first serve type decision making to looking at a more holistic question of impacts of distributed generation facilities on the larger grid and the larger system, we confront questions and are beginning to confront questions in CPCN proceedings, for example, about whether or not we're making the right decisions about locational decisions about the siting of distributed generation in North Carolina. And right now, we're just beginning to grapple with those decisions for the first time. Up until now, first come, first serve. If they find a site, the developer finds a site, it's a good site, it works for the developer, and they can interconnect with you and meet your interconnection requirements, that's about the level of analysis it gets. But as we get more and more distributed generation on the grid, I think our decisions about CPCN applications, for example, are going to become much more critical and have wider implications for the performance of the grid as a whole. How do we get access to some of the outputs that your new tools can make available to help us in our decision making on questions such as that? I mean, you may not have an answer to that today. You probably don't have an answer to that today, but I need to get the question on the table. Is because, again, the tools that you're developing here can produce data, can produce analyses that are useful not just to you as the transmission grid operator and planner, but can also be useful to us as decision makers about the siting of new resources in North Carolina. I don't know if you want to comment on that question, but I need to get it on the table.
Thank you. I do appreciate that question. And I think as we approach the, I wouldn't call it the finish line for ISOP, but the first delivery in September of 2022, I think we would welcome opportunities to meet with public staff and talk about some of the data that could be available out of the system, whether it's circuit level load forecasting and those processes, or the advanced distribution planning tool and the processes associated with that. So we would welcome opportunities to explore this question further. As you point out, it's going to take some time to find out exactly how we can leverage that type of information. I will say to Commissioner Kleinfelder that I do feel like the Q reform process that we've been working on for the last several years does have good directional alignment with this, and that it's away from a strictly incremental approach and looking to a grouping approach of transmission studies and distribution studies for projects. So I'm encouraged, that we're taking that one step in that direction, and I think the ISOP vision is to go beyond that.
Thank you for that. That's good to hear. And as I say, I think the question's out there, and we'll just have to see how things develop as you get the ISOP effort to maturity. Let me see if my colleagues have questions for you or topics they want to explore. Chair Mitchell, your hand is still up, but it's been up since the last time it went up. So I'm not sure whether you got something new now or whether that's just a holdover.
Clearly, I haven't figured out how to lower the hand, so that's my next task. But I do have a few questions for Mr. Oliver, if I may.
Go right ahead.
All right, I just want to make sure I understood you correctly, Mr. Oliver. So make sure. You talked about the projects that fall into the 20% bucket. Now, talking about the T&D capital expense graphic that you put up and your explanation of the breakdown of where funds are spent with respect to the company's T&D needs. But so what I understood you to say, and this is where I need you to correct me if I'm wrong, that this ISOP process really would only touch the projects that fall into the 20% category. Is that right?
I do think that is close to right. I do think there's a possibility, depending on how we define this, that projects that could enable future generation, not just meeting an immediate capacity need, but looking longer term, fall within an ISOP category, or there could be some other cost recovery mechanisms. It's under some future multi-year rate plan approach, or I think there are decisions to be made in the future of what is in the ISOP filing process versus other potential mechanisms.
Okay, understood. Understood. And you made the remark that you want to make sure that any rulemaking or any undertaking by this commission doesn't outweigh or become out of proportion with the benefits that are provided by the analytical processes you've described today. So I just want to make sure I understand how you're conducting that weighing. At what point, how do we conduct that cost benefit analysis?
Again, I think interaction with public staff and to whatever extent the commission can create opportunities like this for further discussion on it. I think exploring what is requested, what's helpful to the public staff and the commission to weigh future opportunities will be helpful, as opposed to writing rules before it's fully understood how the analytical process works. That's really my main caution, is to make sure that we can take kind of a gradual, progressive approach in terms of the way this develops in terms of filing requirements.
Okay.
When we think about the breadth of all the work that transmission and distribution planners do, we wouldn't want this 2% or 5% or 10%, whatever it turns into over time, to encumber the other 90% of very important work that they have to do to maintain reliable service to customers.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Great. Anyone else?
Commissioner Klopfelter, may I ask a
Yes,
question?
you may. I'm sorry. Right now, your box is obscured by the charts and the slides, so I couldn't see you. But you go right ahead.
Thank you. So I understand that most of our state is not within a market, but I have a question about communication protocols with respect to what happened in ERCOT recently, as well as issues in the polar vortex within the PJM region several years ago, there was a lack of visibility on resources on the distribution system. And I just want to make sure within this planning process, you're establishing communication protocols as well, or could you speak to a little bit as to what communication protocols that you're putting in place?
Thank you. So I would say that our work with the wholesale customers is a good example of the collaborative nature of that relationship and their willingness to provide telemetry for renewable resources on their part of the system. We've definitely found that in the circuit level load forecasting process and the new advanced distribution planning process, it's extremely important for us to know where those distributed resources are on the system. And we've been going through an effort for the last, I would say, 5 years really, to improve situational awareness of the operator in terms of where those distributed resources are and what their current state is. So I feel like we're in relatively good shape on that. But obviously, we'll be looking at the Texas carefully, as will all the other utilities, along with FERC and CERC, to apply lessons learned and make any improvements that we can to address those future situations that might occur.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I don't see any hands up.
Commissioner Clapper?
Yes. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, thank you. Mark, could you comment at all on the economics, the sensitivity of the economics of storage that your models might have provided? It seems like such a dynamic time now for storage economics. And did you kind of reverse engineer any of your models to see what storage prices would have to do for them to be a radical kind of uptick in viability?
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. I do think that's a good question. That it's a process that we normally go through with the IRP where we look at technology cost sensitivities. And while we haven't done that at this point with our testing processes, I would say I would expect that would be a normal part of our process in the future, because we naturally do that for the IRPs, and we would look at how much of an improvement in cost might be needed to make a certain amount of these projects viable. So I think we would, as we normally do in the IRP, have a low case and a high case in terms of renewable development and distributed resource development, and it would fall within those bounds.
Thanks.
And I'm sorry, I was just going to say that gives us more of a view into the future in terms of how nimble we might need to be as technology costs change.
I watch this space. I look forward to seeing what it says. Thanks.
Thanks, sir.
Seeing any other hands up at this point? Anyone else that I can't see on my screen?
Actually, Commissioner Klopfelter, may I ask one more question?
You may indeed.
It's regarding one of your slides was talking about net load and load forecasting, and what tools are you currently using to try to accurately reflect what that net load looks like, with customers putting on different, they can go out to Lowe's or Home Depot and buy different maybe load shaving capabilities. So what tools are you using to accurately predict load as customers become more involved with their energy intake?
Thank you, Commissioner Duffley. If Phil Stillman or Leon is still on the phone here, I might pitch this question to them. if not, I'll take a swing at it.
No, yes, Mark, I'm here, and thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that question because we've spent a lot of time as we produce the forecasts trying to understand what the new devices and the adoption of those devices will be. So we use a couple of trends. You know, we have internal programs where we offer energy efficiency to the customers, and we work with those groups to understand what that adoption levels might look like and how that may change the forecast over time. And we also gather a lot of information from EIA to understand what adoption of energy efficiency may look like over time also. So those are the two larger inputs, I would say, to the forecasting process that tries to that we try to incorporate into the forecasting process as we develop the demand over time. And then obviously, you know, the other obvious input to that is just the run rate of adoption. So looking at history and how adoption has happened, and what has happened in the last couple of years will outweigh what's happened, you know, over a longer term. So those are really the three ways that we try to incorporate that.
Thank you for that.
All right. Anyone else? Commissioner McKissick, yes.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I continue to read about what Duke is planning to do in this area and what other jurisdictions are contemplating. How many states have actually moved to this process? How many are more than just, you know, contemplating adoption of a new model to help them get there? I mean, how many states have actually gone out there and taken the leap already? And what's been learned from those jurisdictions?
Thank you, Commissioner McKissick. So I don't have a specific count for you. I'm sure that's something that we could look up, but I know Nevada, Minnesota have implemented some rules, and Michigan, of course, California, Hawaii have some form of rules around integrated distribution planning. A number of states, I think Maine is also contemplating, or they may actually already have, I think they do already have some rulemaking around IDP. So I would say the number is growing rapidly. It's you know, probably still in the modest category, but I would imagine that it's at least 10 states out there that are doing some level of integrated distribution planning. I don't know if Sushma or Chris may have, or maybe Commissioner Clodfelter may have a better particular idea of the count, but certainly it's a rapidly growing area.
Okay. And I'm just curious. So we'll be moving in this direction, assuming we have rulemaking in place to address the capacity to do this. But how long of a time frame do you think it would take to establish benchmarks, to do assessments, to determine if the new data that's coming forth meaningful and significant as we do some sort of a evaluation? You know, I guess that in my mind is always an important tool when you're moving in a new innovative direction. You know, I know every 2 years we're going to be looking at it again, but has any thought been given to that?
So ideally, I would love to learn from other states' experience of this, and especially in the rulemaking arena. But you know, I do think the economics kind of favor a slower approach to extensive rulemaking because, you know, of the technology cost, as I mentioned earlier, and the relatively, you know, modest amount of capital associated with capacity upgrades that we could defer in the near term. But at the same time, I do see this as an important part of the overall set of tools in our toolbox for addressing the clean energy transition. So it's important to stay on top of it and and continue working through this because it's going to take, in my view, a number of years to kind of get to a level of comfort with the from a regulatory oversight perspective with its new analytical processes. I don't know
Okay,
if I exactly answered your question. I'm sorry.
yeah, you have. I guess I'm just very curious about how you do it. I think what Commissioner Hughes touched on one issue, with changes in cost of technology based upon the rate of adoption. I mean, I keep reading about how battery storage is going to drop 50% in cost, and then within the next 9 to 10 years. And I hear from other sources it could be even more rapidly. So I'm just curious about how all of that will ultimately factor in. And I guess it's really going to be a trial and error process, and seeing what other jurisdictions are doing and applying best practices or approaches to the way we do it here in North Carolina. But I'm certainly fascinated and intrigued by the opportunities that this presents. So I guess we'll all learn more as we move into this direction, and hopefully we can do it with all deliberate speed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I could make one more quick comment, I just think it does help to recognize the high level of variability of forecasting when we talk about circuit level forecasting versus system level forecasting. In the aggregate, there's much greater certainty on that growth trajectory versus any individual circuit could swing more significantly, just based on local factors and the smaller numbers of customers on that circuit. So there is a good bit of complexity in what we're undertaking, and I wouldn't want to oversimplify the challenge that's in front of us. I think you raised some good points about learning from other states and accounting for all the different variabilities as we move into this process. So thank you.
Sure. And one last question I might have, and that's this. I mean, historically, as you've talked about, so much has been demand driven by somebody who comes along and they have a new project they want to add, or and it's been done in a way that's look historically at what demand is there today and look at what growth would occur. But how do you kind of factor in the fact that you're still going to have people just coming along, and it's going to be very demand driven by what project might be proposed or needed at a specific location, a specific time? I mean, that component of variability still remains. So how do you factor that in?
I don't think I have a good answer at this time. I think that's one thing that we'll have to work with the Public Staffing Commission on, so how we incorporate that in that variability in the planning process. I think there, with our distributed resource forecasting today, we do look at all the different factors that influence rates of adoption and try to, assess, how that will work out, have, the sensitivities on varying rates of adoption. So I would imagine it would be handled in that regard, with a kind of a high, medium, low kind of approach to rates of adoption. But the additional component makes that much more difficult. Where exactly on the system is that going to occur, and that's something that
exactly.
we've got to work out.
Thank you, sir. I have enjoyed your presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Oliver, thank you, and to your whole team for giving us the update. When we had our first presentation on this a couple of years ago, you were right at the very beginning, and it's impressive to see how far the effort has come, and that you're still on your original timetable for the 2022 IRP. That's great, so we thank you for that. At this point, we've been going just under 2 hours, and Mr. Wright, I know you're up next for Dominion's presentation, but I'm going to suggest we break for about 5 minutes just so everyone can stand up and stretch. And we'll start up with Dominion at 11 a.m. Come back at 11.
Andrew, do you want to do a quick test? This is John McCoy speaking.
Yes, I have it pulled up right now, and I'm
Okay,
not,
so I have
okay,
to-
now I see
Yeah.
that now, yeah. So I'll
I
share.
have to make you presenter. So,
Okay,
all right, go ahead. Share your screen. It's on the very bottom.
okay.
And just give it a second to load up, and there you go. Yeah, go ahead and push some slides.
Yep. Working?
Yep, looks good.
You hear me okay?
Yep, audio and your video is good. So you're good to go, sir.
Okay. Sounds good. I'll stop sharing. When I can figure it out here. Okay, yep, okay. Okay, I see the button. Okay, it's a little different. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, no problem.
Commissioner McKissick, Commissioner Hughes, are you back with us?
I'm here.
I'm here.
I see Mr. Wright. Good morning, Robbie. I understand you're going to take us through a presentation for Dominion. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. Good morning,
Great.
Commissioner Clodfelter.
We're glad to have you with us.
Thank you, and I'm happy to be here. I will introduce two colleagues that are online, should we have a need to call on them, depending on the topics. I have Kyle Thomas is with our electric transmission planning organization, and then Catherine Farmer is part of our strategic planning group. So just wanted to acknowledge that they are here with me, and we'll call on them if necessary as we go through the information. So I appreciate the opportunity to provide an update on Dominion Energy North Carolina's progress towards integrated distribution planning. And I think one thing that you will see in here is that there are many similarities with some of the topics we've already discussed in terms of drivers and challenges and key activities. And Duke has touched on many of those, as well as some of the earlier presenters. But I have a handful of slides that I'd like to go through to provide the update and kind of current state for Dominion Energy, future state, and then provide you some information on several specific activities that are in progress on our system. So if we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So the company developed an integrated distribution planning white paper as part of our 2019 grid transformation plan filing in Virginia. And the intent was to highlight trends related to distributed energy resources, how they were impacting the grid, and then changes and new capabilities that we saw as necessary for success with operating our grid and planning our grid in the new paradigm that we were seeing. Some of the key points from that white paper, the significant growth in DER interconnections, and we expected that pace to continue, and we are seeing that. Also, the location and the intermittent nature of the resources and how they affect grid operations. So starting to see two-way power flows on a distribution grid that was designed and built to deliver power in one direction from a substation or central substations out to customers. And then also more dynamic operations. So these resources, as they're coming online and offline throughout the day, creating voltage fluctuations and changes in energy flows, much different than how those grids have operated in the past. So those DER interconnections and the proliferation certainly is creating the challenges for our grid operators and grid planners, but they also create opportunities, and the opportunities are for the customers to extract full value from their investments, and opportunities for the company to leverage those resources to solve grid issues or help resolve grid constraints. So the end result is a need for fundamental changes in how we performed our traditional grid planning activities, and driving us towards integrated distribution planning and new tools, new processes, new skill sets for our employees. So with that as a backdrop, I'll start with our kind of, I won't say current state, I'll say it's our traditional or legacy planning view, and then I'll move into the future where we see integrated distribution planning, and then provide those updates on specific activities. So slide 3, just to set the stage, we typically have performed traditional grid planning in 3 different areas, one being capacity planning. So we're looking at customer connections, new load additions, load growth projections to ensure that the grid was able to serve all of the customers all of the time. So even during those seasonal peak loads, winter and summer peaks, the ability to serve load. That was our primary focus with capacity planning. For reliability planning, we were looking at customers experiencing poor service quality, service reliability in terms of the number of outages or the duration of outages over the course of a year. And then lastly, distributed resource interconnection planning, looking at necessary upgrades to connect those resources safely to our grid so that they could generate onto the distribution system all times of day. So this view, or this process that we have had for decades, presented several challenges. One, obviously, excuse me, it was they are three separate processes and three separate teams within our company. So even with good communication, good collaboration, you still had individuals looking at the grid through different lenses, looking at the data available through different lenses. Other challenges around limitations on the amount of information that was available. Typical for us, the visibility of the grid in terms of the amount of load and voltage data beyond the transition from transmission to distribution. So the distribution feeder head is typically the last point where we would have good visibility and good data available for our into our grid. Anything beyond that was typically based on assumptions and modeling results. Also, limited scenarios would be studied. So we were typically, as an example for capacity planning, we're typically looking at just those seasonal peak loads. And the thinking was, if our grid can handle the customer's load during those peaks, then we're good. And that typically was a deterministic view. So we were looking at it as a yes or no answer. Can the grid handle the load at those peaks? And if so, we're good. If not, then what upgrades are necessary? So we didn't really spend a lot of time assessing risk in terms of how often do those peak loads occur, or what's the total duration of them. And then lastly, we've always used traditional solutions to solve grid constraints. So if there was a constraint or a thermal or a voltage violation identified, we would look at bigger wire, more transformer capacity, moving load around. So just traditional solutions. So these challenges, along with the trends we're seeing with the distributed energy resources, kind of serve as the primary drivers for us towards integrated distribution planning. So if we go to the next slide, just a view on how we see integrated distribution planning, what it looks like for Dominion Energy. So we see it as a long-term holistic assessment of all distribution grid needs. So it ultimately becomes a 10-year roadmap that would guide our distribution investments. And it also serves as a data feed into transmission planning activities as well as resource planning activities. It's based on more detailed analysis, using new tools, new methodologies, more information from our grid. So moving from just seasonal peak loads to hourly load curves for different customer classes, or even different individual customers. It also starts to bring in DER and EV adoption forecasting. So the end result is we have a much richer view of the grid in terms of how it's performing and what trends or challenges may evolve. It's much more beyond just that seasonal peak load. We're now starting to recognize if you have light load periods where you also have high solar output, maybe you have different issues there, different grid constraints there. And so this integrated distribution planning, the analysis and the data richness associated with it drives us to have a more holistic and deeper view into our grid and how it's performing and where there are needs that need to be addressed. Also, the integrated distribution planning process would provide us tools, will provide us tools to look at things more probabilistically. So it's not just yes or no answers, but it's to understand how often grid constraints occur and for how long they persist. And then it also brings in opportunities to apply non-wires alternatives, the non-traditional solutions that were discussed earlier as potential solutions to meet these grid needs. So as I said earlier, with this in view, end game for integrated distribution planning, we see the need to change skills and processes and tools and bring in new data. And so for us, we see it as kind of a transition and evolution. And if we go to the next slide, you'll see to integrated distribution planning really requires investments in new tools and technologies. Those are shown, some of the key tools and technologies are shown along the left-hand side. And then the progression that occurs in terms of maturity moves off to the right. So a level 1 being kind of a baseline starting point to a level 4 being a fully mature integrated distribution planning process. And I'll call out just a couple of examples. Information from smart meters and intelligent grid devices. So those are shown kind of at the bottom left as foundational activities or tools. But that information drives improvements in our modeling and analysis activities. So we're able to replace general assumptions with real data. So the result is not only we have improved situational awareness for day-to-day grid operations, but we also have the ability to shift to the time series forecasting, scenario-based forecasting, and we can also start to consider non-wires alternatives as solutions to grid issues. And those are the types of capabilities that you would see in a level 2 or a level 3 on that maturity curve. One other example I would point out, Distributed Energy Resource Management System, or DERMS, is at the top left there on that axis. And that system is something that would enable more complex activities, such as locational valuation of resources and aggregation of those resources. So DER aggregation on the distribution system for different purposes. So those are kinds of activities you would see at a level 4 or a more fully mature integrated distribution planning process. And then the final note here, I would want to point out that we see a resilient grid and secure communications, which are shown spanning across all of the entirety of the y-axis. We see those as foundational for success. So we are certainly becoming more dependent on technology. If you think about online business and banking, security, communications, I think we've all had a healthy dose of teleworking and virtual schooling over the last year. So we see that the grid reliability in terms of minimizing outages and then the speed of recovery when you do have outages, maybe more of a resiliency aspect. Along with the ability to securely move data back and forth between the grid equipment and those control systems and analysis engines that we would be using. We see those as key foundational elements throughout the integrated planning process. So with that backdrop, I've got a couple of slides I'll move into and provide updates on specific activities. So if we could go to the next slide, please. The first here are focused around organizational and tool changes. These were mentioned in our IDP white paper that was included in our IRP. And the first is a reorganization that we began in 2019 to combine the capacity and reliability planning activities into a single grid planning team. So as I said earlier, we had teams focused on these different angles on the grid. So this reorganization has eliminated those silos in terms of processes and organizational silos that existed. So we have a single group now looking at the grid, looking for holistic solutions. And we continue to refine the roles and responsibilities for that group. One other update here or note is that as the modeling and data analytics become more complex and we start to bring in more granular data and load forecasting and DER forecasting, We think that having a centralized modeling group that was a result of this reorg will also prove to be a key to success for us. The second item here is related to planning tool development. We continue our participation in EPRI's ADAPT project, which is Advanced Distribution Assessment Planning Toolset, to provide us the tools that we need to perform the time series analysis and non-wires alternative evaluation. So we have several key deliverables this year with this project in terms of the tool functionality, as well as training and support from EPRI for implementation of that tool in our current distribution planning activities. And then the last update here on this slide is we're working on additional forecasting capabilities. We currently have some in-house functionality that we use for load forecasting. So we are making incremental or interim improvements to that tool, while at the same time we're developing business requirements that will allow us to evaluate other commercially available solutions. And the key here is that this is foundational or fundamental for our shift from the just seasonal peak forecasting to the hourly views, as well as bringing in new technology forecasting such as DER and EV trends. So those are updates on some organizational and tools that we have in progress. If we move to the next slide, we also have some projects out on the grid that we see as very beneficial and important to help us better understand how new technologies not only interact with the grid, but how also they can be used to support grid operations and serve as non-wires alternatives to solve grid constraints. The first projects are 2 battery energy storage system pilot projects that are in progress. The first one is located at our correctional substation, which is just east of Richmond. This one will, the use case here is that it will help us manage the impact of a large solar site that's connected to the distribution feeder. And because of the size of that solar site compared to the loading on the feeder, we experience reverse power flow into the substation on a regular basis. So the battery will be used to absorb energy and to reduce the amount of time that reverse flow occurs, as well as the amount of reverse flow that is occurring. And it'll help us understand how a battery can be used to minimize operation of voltage regulating equipment, which ultimately will help minimize wear and tear on that equipment. So that's the first use case for our battery pilots. And then the second is located at our Hanover substation, which is on the north side of Richmond. And this battery will be used to manage peak loading on a substation transformer. So we know seasonal peak loads occur for short periods of time. And so the thinking here is that the battery can be used to serve part of the load during those peaks. And it may provide the opportunity to defer or delay an upgrade project on that transformer. So both of these battery pilot projects are 2 megawatt, 4 megawatt hour lithium ion systems. Both are expected to be in service by the end of this year. And then we will start collecting data and lessons learned from these installations so that we can be better informed about what broader applications may exist. And just one point here is these are very much focused on the technical operations of these batteries. And I would agree with some of the comments from Duke that the economics and other aspects of these installations as compared to traditional solutions are also important and warrant equal scrutiny to ensure that we're making the best decisions for our system as well as for our customers. And then the last project here on the page is a microgrid that we have that's going into service near our Petersburg, Virginia office. We have a new campus under development. So the campus will have different buildings for transmission and distribution crew headquarters. We have a material storage facility, and then we eventually plan to have a high voltage test lab. So the project, this campus really provides us the opportunity to interconnect a variety of resources to a central control system. So multiple solar installations, battery storage installations, traditional generation, as well as load controls, bring it all to a central control system and have it as a test bed for not only how they interact with each other and how they interact with the grid under normal operations, but also to get experience with how they may be able to support resiliency during outages. So this is a multi-year project because of the development of the campus, but we do currently have an RFP out. We're reviewing responses to the RFP and plotting out next steps. And we think in the coming 1 to 2 years, we'll have portions of this installed and in service so that we can start to gain our lessons learned. And then if we go to the next slide, the last update I'd like to provide is around a hosting capacity tool. We've recently published a hosting capacity tool on our website that represents our grid's ability to interconnect distributed resources. So customers can visit the website, can search for a specific address, or they can pan and zoom to a certain area on the map visually and check for how much capacity is available to connect renewables. And the intent is that we're using available information to provide a high-level view for our customers to indicate which portions of the grid may require significant upgrade work versus portions of the grid that maybe would require less work to interconnect or accommodate the renewables. This map, this process, it doesn't replace the process we have for performing detailed engineering studies and impact studies to ensure that we spec out and perform all the necessary work for safe and reliable integration, but it's a good initial view for our customers. What's published currently on the website, it went live in January, and it does focus on large utility scale interconnections. So it's focused on the greater than 1 megawatt types of installations, but we are working on similar information for smaller installations such as rooftop solar. And we expect that that'll be available mid-year this year. These are static analysis, so we run a process to manually update them. We intend to do that about every quarter. And then we expect that the data here, we will continue to refine the analytics and the information as we get more data from the grid, as we have more devices and other information available to inform the analysis. So those are updates on some of the activities we had, and the last slide is just to thank you again for the opportunity to provide the updates as well as participate in the technical conference, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for joining us and presenting today. I'm going to start by picking up on a topic that Commissioner McKissick was exploring with Mr. Oliver, and that relates to the topic I think Mark Oliver was talking about, as suggesting that we need to be careful and deliberate in how we move the regulatory process in relation to distribution planning. And I took the point, and Commissioner McKissick was asking, well, what do we learn from other states? I noted in the white paper, in your white paper, that there's a reference that the Virginia code now requires that your IRP evaluate long-term electric distribution grid planning. And I wanted to hear more about what exactly it is that Virginia is requiring you to file. What are the things that they require you to do?
Yeah, and it is certainly an evolving process, and we see it as we'll take steps along the way, providing, as we get additional tools and refine our processes, providing updates in the IRP on where we are in that process. And then I think there will be additional information and data that we bring into the IRP as we evolve, as we become more mature with our integrated distribution planning. Part of it is just representing the costs that are expected to occur on the distribution system. Part of it is visibility of the resources that are being installed on the distribution system and how they move into the transmission and generation planning activities. So it's an evolution. I think we're gonna take it one step at a time. I feel like we have good line of sight on the tools and the information that we need, and it's really about the prudent steps to move along the continuum and advance the concept.
It doesn't sound, though, that the Virginia legislation is very prescriptive or detailed. Am I interpreting it correctly?
Yeah, that's correct. It is very much a general requirement to represent integrated distribution planning or distribution planning activities and investments in the IRP.
Thank you. Let me open it up to my colleagues and see what they want to explore with you. Anyone?
Commissioner Gladfelter?
Yes, Commissioner Hughes, I can't see you on the screen.
Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Wright. I had meant to ask this to your colleagues from Duke, but I'll go ahead and ask you. What could you talk a little bit about the assumptions you have relative to what is happening behind the meters that you serve, and how that may be evolving, specifically with things like electric vehicles and transport, but even other aspects that we're hearing about, private microgrids, residential batteries, that sort of thing. Where do they fit now in your models, and where do they fit, say, 5 years ago, 10 years ago? I mean, 5 years, 10 years in the future, when we're all driving our electric vehicles and plugging them in.
Yeah, and I may want to try to call in our resource planning team to speak to how those types of resources are represented in the IRP for the distribution planning, in terms of how they may impact the grid, where we see a propensity to adopt studies. I think that's something that we continue to look for, whether it's information available to us through AMI meters that would signal where customers are adopting these types of resources, or whether it's more forecasting, more general forecasting by zip code or municipality. But I think that's one of the areas where we've got to get more granular with an understanding of how what's going on with our grid in order to be successful, in the future going forward. There's no doubt there are trends, and they will continue with more adoption as prices, costs come down. But I think that I may pause here and see if we have our resource planning folks, if Catherine would like to maybe weigh in on how they're represented in the IRP and what we see there.
At this time, we are incorporating what we do know from publicly available information and from our own systems as far as actual loads, to see trends in EVs and customer behaviors. But this is definitely a growing process that we'll be evaluating more and more in the future.
Okay. So what you have now is what you've actually seen. There's not scenarios being forecast into more aggressive adoption or things like that. That's to be done in the future. Is that, am I understanding it right?
I think we'll probably incorporate some of those strategies. I don't know exactly how much we've done at this point, but it's definitely something to be considered.
Thank you.
Okay, Chair Mitchell, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Just a quick question. This one probably, Bobby, I'm looking at your presentation and the slide with the header evolving to integrated distribution planning. I understand that this is very much a work in progress that, you know, continues to evolve as your tools and capabilities evolve. But just so I'm entirely clear, where are we in the process? Are we firmly and squarely at level 1?
I would say Dominion Energy is firmly in level 2. We are continue to gain that additional awareness deeper into the grid. You know, we do have the static hosting capacity map out on our site, and we continue to look for opportunities to provide additional information to customers. I think squarely level 2.
Okay, so solidly a level 2. Okay, that's encouraging. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Kleinfelder. That's all.
Commissioner McKissick, your hand is up.
Yes, and I guess my question goes back to the hosting capacity maps. I'm just trying to get an understanding as to whether the intent is, and I like the way it's graphically depicted, and I can see how it could be a very useful tool. Are you planning to do this for your entire service area? I mean, is that ultimately what the goal will be, or you know, how broad and expansive will this type of tool or product be made available?
Certainly, and the current hosting capacity presentment that's out on our website covers our entire Virginia as well as North Carolina service territory. It is focused on the utility scale, large scale interconnects that typically connect directly to the distribution grid. So this presentment doesn't get to individual customer service transformer type level, but the next iteration here in the middle of this year, when we have the smaller scale information available, that will carry down to the individual customer transformer level. So those service transformers serving customers in neighborhoods will have this type of presentment to that level. And again, it does cover the Virginia and North Carolina territory.
And prior to introducing this and making it available, was there anything similar or comparable previously, perhaps with less specificity, or was it just generally not information that was readily accessible?
We did, prior to the hosting capacity tool that you see here, we did have a process for preliminary screening as part of the generator interconnect process. So interested developers could submit some basic information about the location, the size that they were interested in, and we would provide some basic information on grid capacity, if there were any what appeared to be significant critical path upgrades that were necessary. It was very much a high-level review of their proposed location to try to signal if it looked like significant upgrades or not. But it was really a precursor to their formal application into the generator interconnect queue process.
Okay. And the last question is really, I know it's kind of an unusual question for this particular session, but perhaps you can help me with it since the issue of EV adoption has come up. I mean, we hear about General Motors saying, 15 years, only thing, their entire fleet is going to be, electric. But to what extent has thought been given to what that level of adoption would mean in terms of transforming the ability of people to have ready access to a source to charge a vehicle? And when I say that, it's more than just single family homes. I mean, there are many people in apartment dwellings or other types of high rises, whatever they may be, townhouses. What thought has been given to accessibility to the infrastructure uniquely to make it accessible? I mean, today it's equalized. People go to convenience store, service station, whatever it may be, they buy their fuel. But if you're moving to EV adoption, to what extent does that change the physical infrastructure that would need to be necessary and available to equally provide access to an ability to really have mobility available to you without going to some public charging station? I mean, I know that's a separate issue and distinct from what we're looking at right now in terms of this integrated resources planning, but at some point, over some reasonable period of time, that has to be something that is thought about, considered, reflected upon, where ideas are generated relating to how that may actually unfold. Has that thought occurred at this time?
Yeah, I'd say we certainly have an awareness that accessibility to charging will be an important item for everybody. And so some of the access will occur through individuals purchasing vehicles and establishing charging at their house. Some of that will occur with businesses recognizing the need to provide charging. But I think for a more holistic view, it's probably something that becomes transformational. We had some electric vehicle activities in our grid transformation plan filing in 2019, and we continue to look for opportunities to support that accessibility to charging infrastructure beyond just private residents and commercial establishments. So I think we have an awareness of a need or the potential for a gap to occur that needs to be addressed.
All right, thank you. I guess since the issue came up, it's, I know it doesn't directly relate to, the integrated resources planning and the transitions that are being made, except for, additional demand that may be present. But I thought I would use your brain power to get some feedback. So thank you. I enjoyed your presentation.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hughes, your hand is still up. Do you have another question?
No, Legacy.
And Chair Mitchell, same to you. Okay. Mr. Wright, I think I don't see any other hands up from the commissioners, but let me.
Commissioner Klopfelter?
Yes.
I did have a follow-up question. Yes, I had a follow-up question with respect to the hosting capacity maps. And I heard you state that you're planning to do hosting capacity maps for rooftop solar in the future. And just while I have you here, what are you seeing as the trend with respect to the growth of rooftop solar versus utility scale solar in Virginia in particular?
So Virginia, we're seeing a significant increase in the utility scale solar that's occurred since the Virginia Clean Economy Act, I believe that was 2019. So we're certainly seeing an increase there. I'd say for rooftop solar, it's maintained fairly steady, maybe an increase, but not to the extent that we've seen with the utility scale solar in Virginia.
Thank you for that.
Close out with one topic that is something that Mr. Oliver addressed, and our next presenters are also going to address. I'm just curious. We know, of course, that you operate in the PJM territory, but you also operate in North Carolina as well. And I'm just curious about how you are interacting with your wholesale customers who may be distribution system operators themselves, and what kind of initiatives and opportunities do you see for collaboration on that front?
And we do have strong collaboration currently with NCEMC specifically, as well as ODEC here in Virginia and other wholesale entities we have conversations on a regular basis around operational and planning issues. Down in North Carolina, we have quarterly meetings and discussions with them. Those have evolved as we've seen more DER integration. We've brought in that topic. So if there are interconnections proposed on our system that may affect their system or vice versa, we're having discussions to ensure that each side can study and include the necessary upgrades for safe and reliable grid operation, existing collaboration in terms of whatever the new challenges are or the new opportunities. So it's very much it's a partnership. We both need to be successful. So I think it's just an ongoing collaboration and extension of what we already have in place.
Is it formalized in any way, or is it just as opportunities and needs are identified?
Yeah, currently it's on an ongoing basis, and I'm not sure if that's formally required. But it certainly, if there's a need for more frequent discussions or additional detailed discussions, we're happy to continue that collaboration.
All right, well, thank you. Other commissioners, anything else occurring to you? If not, Mr. Wright, thank you and your team for joining us today. We appreciate what you've shared with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clodfelter.
Commissioner Clodfelter, may I ask one
Yes.
more question? It's based
Absolutely.
Your question sparked a question in my mind. Has Dominion changed their planning process, or are they looking to change any part of their planning process based upon FERC Order 2222?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say we're still working to understand how that may impact planning processes. We're involved with industry discussions, participating in an EPRI activities around FERC Order 2222, and I think a lot of it is still yet to be determined. Just trying to understand what it is, how it has the potential to impact the planning activities throughout the process D, T, and G. But I think it's more still working to understand what it is and how we may need to change to integrate that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We've come to the last segment of the morning, and I've also run out of my cheat sheet. I don't have on my cheat sheet directions as to who's going to actually lead the presentations. So I'm going to let you identify yourself, and then we'll go forward. I want to sort of say generally that we are much appreciative to NCMC, and I know there are representatives of a number of the member co-ops are here, and we're also appreciative to Electricities for joining us today. You have key perspectives on this issue that we're trying to get our arms around and our heads around as we think about the IOUs that we regulate. And so we really appreciate your joining us to share your perspectives. You're confronting some of the same issues that Duke and Dominion are confronting. And of course, you have the additional interaction with them as the transmission grid operators, and that creates other issues that the two of you have to collaborate on. We understand there's been a good bit of collaboration already ongoing as part of Duke's ISOP process, and we'd love to hear from your perspective again how that's going, and anything else you want to share with us this morning. We're grateful for the opportunity to have you here. So thank you, and who's going to take over?
Thank you. This is Lee Ragsdale. I will be taking over.
You've got it, Mr. Ragsdale. You're on.
Share my presentation. I'm waiting to be a presenter to share the content. Oh, here we go. Okay, I assume that you can see my PowerPoint now.
You're good to go.
Great. So good morning. Thank you to the Commission for bringing this group together to discuss the evolving utility environment and the implications for our planning process. We're going to do things a little bit differently in our section. We have actually 5 of us are going to be on a panel and rotate through I'll man the presentation, but several of my colleagues are going to follow me, and I'll introduce them as we go along. So again, my name is Lee Ragsdale. I'm Senior Vice President of Energy Delivery for North Carolina's electric cooperatives. I've been with the electric co-ops for 14 years and bring 25 years of electric utility experience in resource planning, operations, and asset management. I'm a Georgia Tech engineer and registered professional engineer in North Carolina. We believe the NARUC-NASIO report being discussed today is important to help us realize the impact that activities on the distribution grid can have on transmission and resource planning. We think that thoughtful consideration of these activities on the cooperative's distribution grid needs to be a part of the conversation. So there are the 26 electric cooperatives in North Carolina serve 2.5 million people in 93 counties. We represent 45% of North Carolina's landmass. For nearly a century, cooperative distribution grids have brought power to historically underserved rural communities, and we're working together to continue that innovation and bring new benefits to our members. Today, more than ever, we offer cooperative members a brighter future, providing sustainable, affordable energy through reliability and innovative technology, and furnishing support and leadership to the local communities that we serve. Advanced distribution energy resources and demand response management technology now extend both behind and in front of the meter, influencing energy flow and distribution equipment in unanticipated ways. And the cooperatives are working to address this. So the cooperatives now have nearly 500 megawatts of edge of grid assets connected to our grid. That represents 12% of our peak load requirements. This includes renewable energy, both qualifying facilities and rooftop solar, along with utility-owned community solar, solar plus storage, standalone storage, customer-owned backup generation, conservation voltage reduction, thermostats, and water heater controls. Beginning in 2015, our membership implemented small-scale new technologies to assess the edge of the grid impact of this DER. We began with community solar and now have 19 community solar sites throughout the state. In 2017, we commissioned our first microgrid on Ocracoke Island, a combination of battery energy storage, solar, diesel generation, and consumer smart thermostats and water heater controls. This living laboratory helped us further our understanding of local microgrid controls and integration with utility needs, while providing local resources for a storm-threatened island community. We took lessons learned from Ocracoke and applied them to our second microgrid in 2018 at the Butler Farms microgrid, utilizing local biogas, battery energy storage, and solar to enable islanding of a portion of the local feeder, providing resilience to the immediate community, while maintaining safe and operational stability for the local cooperative. We've commissioned 2 residential microgrids in the past year, and will bring our largest microgrid, Roseacre Farms, online later in 2021. However, the issue today is more than simply resources at the edge of the grid. We recognize the importance of visibility and coordination of those resources and embarked upon an initiative to create a distribution operator among the cooperatives. I'll refer to this as the DO in my remarks, and my colleagues will likely use the same terminology. The DO features 2 distinct areas of focus. One is reliability, and the other is optimization. Reliability leverages visibility and coordination of edge of grid resources. The utility must be able to see the resource and understand its impact on the grid, and then coordinate that impact among the other operational components that work in concert to keep the lights on. Optimization speaks to dispatch, portfolio value, and where possible, providing services to the market. The distribution co-ops have authority, as reinforced by FERC, over the safety and reliability of their systems. And DER, when not coordinated by the distribution system, will negatively impact both. Unchecked, this disruption can cascade upstream to the transmission operator. The visibility provided by a coordinated DO operation erases a blind spot below the delivery point for transmission operators and improves their ability to coordinate DER and DR to manage an increasingly complex grid. This is enabled through our Distributed Energy Resource Management System, also known as a DERM, which you've heard that mentioned before. It is a platform to connect resources. We have communications, API interfaces to consumer devices, and secure controls to curtail distributed energy resources. Our DERMS platform is the brains coordinating this activity across nearly 300 delivery point connections to the transmission grid. The cooperative's focus in the DO is on reliability. However, we anticipate additional benefits to be realized over time through optimization. The technology and the platform are enablers with more use cases to be developed. Optimization on the distributed energy resources will allow for changes in our portfolio as we transition through a low carbon goal to a net zero carbon goal. With DER on the distribution grid, the way we manage voltage and power factor changes. Localized sources can allow for outages and maintenance to be managed in new, more efficient ways. With a concentration of DER, distribution automation and network delivery points, we can coordinate the impact of flows on certain transmission lines, moving load pockets to the north or the south, east or the west to help mitigate transmission constraints. Ultimately, the DO offers the potential to defer or avoid transmission infrastructure costs and displace plans for future centralized generation. Recently, we put theory into practice in joint exercises involving both Duke and PJM, with DO communication protocols enabling upstream visibility and coordination. You have heard from Duke on that pilot exercise, and my colleague John Lemire will provide additional detail with discussion from our point of view of the Duke events as well as the PJM events. You'll then hear from Mike High with Blue Ridge Energy and Dennis Mabe with Randolph EMC discussing the state of DER on their distribution grids. They're working with resource owners and within the DO to provide the visibility and coordination needed for DER to be that dependable resource, a resource that we can rely upon in our planning. That is one of the primary goals in the DO model. And you heard that from Duke and from Dominion earlier, that dependable, visible resource is essential. The DO model can create a platform for dependable resources that influences transmission and generation planning, reducing the cost to our members with a more efficient bulk electric system. Finally, Charlie Bayless will discuss the implications of coordination of DER. Again, we're pleased to be included in this forum. We see benefit in working together with DER and with the other utilities in the state to continue along this path towards a brighter future. John?
All right, thank you, Lee. Good morning. My name is John Lemire. I'm the Director of Grid Management for North Carolina's electric cooperatives. I've been with the electric cooperatives for 8 years with 16 years of utility experience in system operations and planning. Got my electrical engineering degree from North Carolina State University and maintain my NERC Reliability Coordinator certificate. Next slide, please. During my time with the North Carolina's electric cooperatives, I've led the coordination efforts with our transmission providers, plan for member cooperative load growth, system restoration during major weather events, and DER interconnection. I've also worked with these member cooperatives on integration, monitoring, and coordination of DER and DER into our digital platform. I was invited to participate in the NARUC-NASIO planning session. My role was both technical and the customer stakeholder perspective to my cohort. My message was the need for early stakeholder involvement in the integrated planning process. As Lee mentioned, wholesale customers like NC-EMC represent a significant amount of the system load. Collaboration between transmission providers and wholesale customers will benefit this integrated planning process. We heard from Dominion, and they highlighted some of the traditional coordination that we've done together on affected system coordination and the evolution of our structured planning process to adapt to the DER coordination and visibility. Some of this same coordination NCMC and Duke has also done as well. NCMC approached Duke and PJM expressing our desire to conduct a DO pilot. On the next two slides, I will discuss the details of each pilot, the observed DER and DR responses, and our lessons learned. The PJM pilot tested the operational needs within an RTO, while the Duke pilot expanded the impact by adding additional operational complexity and more resources. As part of this effort, NCMC has provided real-time output, size, and location on the distribution systems to enhance the transmission operator's situational awareness. These pilots were conducted in two parts. The first part simulated low load periods when we had more generation on the system than load. This portion tested the ability of the DO to monitor and curtail generation supply if needed. The second part simulated high load periods when demand is high and energy supply is limited due to unavailability of generation or other system constraints. This tested the ability of the NC-EMC DO to reduce demand by implementing DR programs. To prepare for the pilots, operational protocols necessary to define roles and responsibilities to respond to reliability events as a single entity were developed. These protocols parallel the current requirements of merchant generation on the bulk transmission system. Dennis and Mike, who you will hear from later, were integral into the development of these protocols and participating in the Duke pilot. Now, before going into the results, I do want to mention the difference that you will see between the stated nameplate capacity and the observed response. The drivers here were due to seasonal behavior, the time in which the pilot was conducted, and of course, weather systems that developed during the test. This highlights the importance of ongoing coordination between the DO and transmission providers to forecast and coordinate DER and DR program availability and its response. It's also important to note that NCEMC and its transmission providers independently gathered data during each portion of the pilot to compare and validate the results. The PJM and Duke pilots were a success because they demonstrated the capability of a single coordinated point of contact to utilize non-market DER and DR resources across multiple distribution entities to alter system load. The DO is not focused on market flow and economics, but rather than meeting abnormal system conditions with non-market resources. These edge-of-grid resources can be utilized during reliability events prior to the transmission provider's need to enact drastic emergency generation and load reduction protocols. Next slide, please. On May 28th, we successfully performed the two-part pilot with PJM and 6 of our member distribution cooperatives. Part 1, we manually curtailed approximately 3 megawatts of utility scale DER and utilized the Ocracoke microgrid battery to add load to the distribution system. Part 2 of the test activated approximately 5 megawatts of DR resources utilizing our DERMS. Now, we recognize to be successful in a post-pilot environment, curtailment through automation is necessary to enable a timely response. In addition, the use of third-party systems to control DR assets requires risk mitigation efforts to ensure operational readiness and forecast their capability. We see our DERMS serving this critical role and are building our digital platforms to manage this risk. PJM saw value in working with the distribution company and receiving real-time information about the behavior of both individual DER and the aggregate load delivery points in order to see the DR response. Next slide, please. September 29th, NCEMC successfully performed the two-part pilot with Duke and 5 of our member distribution cooperatives. Building on the lessons learned from the PJM pilot, NCEMC and the member cooperatives worked to connect digital platforms to automate curtailment of utility-scale DER resources. Some resources that participated were curtailed manually, and we feel this hybrid approach represents the real-world conditions based on technology deployed at the time the DER was interconnected. Part 1 of the Duke pilot curtailed approximately 43 megawatts of utility-scale DER and used our Heron's Nest microgrid battery to add load to the distribution system. Part 2 activated approximately 35 megawatts of DR resources, again using our DERMS for notification or activation. Duke acknowledged the comprehensive coordination practice in dispatching and curtailing DER can provide the transmission operator with additional information to include in their planning tools for emergency conditions and providing better situational awareness in real time and the planning environment. As you can see, NCEMC documented that with visibility and coordination, the DO can provide dependable response from edge-of-grid resources located on the cooperative's distribution systems. As we move forward, our transition from pilot to operational DO, our desire is to expand our capability and provide the reliability benefit to the transmission system. I'll now stop and hand it over to Mike High.
First of all, I'd like to thank the Commission for allowing me to speak today at the technical conference. My name is Mike High. I'm the Director of Engineering Services at Blue Ridge Electric Membership Corporation, doing business as Blue Ridge Energy. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Electrical Engineering from the University of Florida, and I'm a licensed professional engineer in North Carolina and Florida. I've been with the cooperatives for over 32 years and been involved in the transmission, distribution, and substation design, construction, maintenance, as well as system planning and system operations. Blue Ridge Energy, you can advance the slide, I'm sorry. Blue Ridge Energy is an electric cooperative located in the Northwest Mountain region of North Carolina. We provide electric service to approximately 77,000 meters over 8,000 miles of distribution line and 300 miles of transmission line. Because of the rough terrain, which has an elevation change of about 1,000 feet to over 5,000 feet, and the North Carolina Ridge Law, we have some restrictions as far as the location and types of DER on our system. Even with these restrictions, though, Blue Ridge has several DER and demand response resources connected to our system. The DER resources include 500 kW of community solar, 200 kW of hydro, 200 kW of landfill gas, about 200 rooftop solar installations, and 3 residential wind turbines. We are currently working on an 11 megawatt utility scale solar project, which is scheduled to be completed by the end of the year. The demand response resources include several thousand legacy AC and water heater load management switches, over 100 AC load control thermostats, and about 2/3 of our distribution circuits, mainly our distribution circuits, operating with CVR or conservation voltage reduction. In my experience with the DO pilot, NCMC did a great job planning this thing out and executed it well, as well as all the distribution cooperatives who participated as well. During the pilot, our collaboration with NCMC was accomplished using emails sent directly from their DERM system. These emails included commands, acknowledgements of a receipt of a command, and then verifications that a command was executed. Commands with our DER were accomplished through various methods. We communicated directly through DERMS, through part of them. The other part, we used our SCADA system to activate, and we actually had 2 that we had phone calls with plant operators to participate. During the DO pilot, we had less than optimal weather conditions. We had heavy fog in the mountains in the morning and a rain event in the afternoon that dropped the temperature about 10 degrees. And in addition, the hydro and landfill gas generators were both down for repairs. This is a perfect example of how variable the DER can be and showcases the need for more visibility and accuracy in forecasting using real-time data from the field. We believe that several steps should be taken by utilities to be successful in the DO environment. Success is measured by improving distribution system reliability, modeling, and efficiency, as well as potentially utilizing DER and demand response resources to assist transmission owners with voltage or loading conditions, or generator owners with over and under generation conditions. We believe the first step is to increase the grid hardening and grid resiliency efforts on the distribution system. I know a lot of people have talked about that, and that we think that's the foundation. Second, we believe that the improvements need to be made to the communication systems for greater reliability and communicating in the hard to reach areas. And with our mountainous terrain, that's a difficult feat, and we're working on that. Third, we believe that more devices need to be installed in the field for additional visibility and control for DER resources, VoltVAR optimization, and reliability improvements, including self-healing network, or the new word everybody wants to use is FLISR, fault locating, isolation, and service restoration. Fourth, we believe that real-time data from these additional devices in the field can assist with more real-time forecasting, measurement, and verification. And we also believe the additional visibility will improve system planning, resource aggregation, and system analytics. And most of these will be achieved through additional training and software. We have all had to begin looking at the distribution system less as a simple one-directional power flow load serving entity to a complex multi-directional power flow resource provider. We are migrating from system analysis based on historical data to making real-time decisions with real-time situational awareness. Finally, we believe that strategically attracting DER resources can be a win-win situation for developers and the distribution system. When we're not proactive, the developers likely propose projects in locations that are not feasible, have really high interconnection costs, or in a location that has no benefit to the distribution system. We've recently proposed potential sites for DER developers near existing heavily loaded three-phase lines and substations, and then issuing a request for proposal for a purchase power agreement. We've begun work on an 11 megawatt utility scale solar project, and we are obtaining some additional information on a battery energy storage system using this methodology. The advantages of these strategically located DER systems are low interconnection costs, which leads to low kilowatt hour cost, demand reduction savings, deferral of capacity upgrade projects, and the potential for creating a microgrid at a business or a community to provide improved reliability when there's a loss of utility. This is our vision map to become prepared for the DO environment, and I appreciate the time to speak today. And I think Dennis is after me.
Thanks, Mike. My name is Dennis May. I'm the Vice President of Engineering and Operations here at Randolph EMC. I have a Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering from NC State, and I'm also an MBA candidate for May of 2022 from NC State as well. I'm a licensed professional engineer in North Carolina, and I have 28 years of experience in the electric utility business. Randolph EMC is headquartered in Asheboro, North Carolina. We serve 33 members across parts of 5 counties. We've had a lot of experience with utility scale solar systems, community solar, and residential. Not exactly sure if the number of connections we have is related to our location or if it's how easy our process has been. After our first large utility scale solar we installed on our system, we conducted engineering analysis to help us communicate to the solar developers where they needed to focus their installations. I've provided a map here that shows the different locations of solar installations across our system. We currently have nearly 40 megawatts of solar on our system, 12 utility scale solar installations ranging from 2 to 6 megawatts, 70 residential rooftops or community solar installations totaling 900 kW. And we have an additional 6 homes with solar and storage applications being either designed or installed. With all these different systems installed in so many different areas of our distribution system, suddenly we have introduced a lot of grid complexity that was not there just a few years ago. As we started the design for the DO, we knew that we had to provide visibility downstream and to be able to control these devices. Providing this vision downstream helps us to reduce the complexity of the grid. We also knew we had to keep safety in the forefront. So when you begin allowing someone else to control your devices, you have to make sure that safety is kept in mind. Our pilot projects that we ran with NCMC were successful in identifying resources that needed to be taken off the grid for our different scenarios and controlling these resources through our DO, and the Randolph EMC representative restoring that resource once the pilot project was completed. I've also provided the low profile here, so you can see that on a shoulder month like April, we have as much as 37% of our load being provided by solar. With this large of a percentage of our daily load profile being supplied by solar, it doesn't take long to realize this energy resource has to be reliable. With this reliability of the grid in mind, we require all of our solar developers to have an inspection by Advanced Energy in Raleigh. Having a third party with such thorough engineering talent and such a comprehensive review of these installations, we've been able to identify early on certain safety issues and installation errors that, if left uncorrected, would negatively affect the reliability of our system. Going forward, we plan to improve our automation and control with the DO and improving this downstream visibility of our distribution system when we have planned maintenance activities or any other situation that would affect our control of these resources. Thank you for your time. And I believe Charlie's next.
All right, thank you all very much. My name is Charlie Bayless, and I'm the Vice President and Senior Regulatory Counsel for NCMC. One breath of fresh air to some of you away from all these engineers. Lee, if you could go to the next slide. So I'm going to try to wrap this up and sort of talk about some of the benefits of DER coordination. Now, first of all, the visibility, coordination, and aggregation help improve the reliability, not only of the distribution system, but can also have upstream impacts to the reliability and operation of the transmission and generation system. I'm going to start off by looking at the graph on the upper left. And really, visibility and communication are key ways to knowing what resources are connected to the system and how those resources are operating. This graph shows 5 delivery points in PJM on October 1st of 2019. That was the first 90-degree day in October in a lot of PJM in 80 years. So loads were very high. And from the hours of 2 to 5, there were over 100 megawatts of distributed energy resources that were utilized, unbeknownst to the transmission owner or the distribution provider. These were behind the meter distributed energy resources that on their own activated. This shows 2 things. It shows the incredible capability of distributed energy resources and what they can do. But this type of sudden unforeseen swing can also have a huge impact on reliability and shows exactly why there needs to be coordination and communication between distributed energy resources and the distribution operator to help incorporate these types of swings into operational models so that system reliability is maintained. Now, another way that coordination and communication benefit is through aggregation. On the right, you'll see a whole bunch of little graphs, and these are NCEMC's individual community solar devices. This is the output in one day of every single one of the community solar devices. And there's a lot of variability in these, the individual outputs. But when you look at the larger graph, it's an aggregated model, and it shows how once you aggregate a number of DER, individual DER devices, solar facilities into a larger model and aggregate those, they have more of a standard curve. And those fit a lot better into planning. They take away a lot of the variability because the devices are sort of canceling each other out on the variability, help provide stability to the system. So this is another way that communication and having visibility into multiple DER devices can promote reliability. Now, finally, visibility and coordination can also increase the amount of DER that is operating on the system. If DER is unknown, the operator needs to make some assumptions for the reliability of the system. But when DER is identified, there's communication to determine the status, then the output of the DER can be input into the operational and planning models, which increases the level of DER that's can be utilized on their system. Next slide, Lee. Now, finally, as I said earlier, DER on the distribution system can also affect the generation and transmission system. Traditionally, the generation system was purely load. It was a light switch that was turned on or off, or a thermostat or a water heater. However, the distribution system has really been transformed into a resource. The cooperatives now have over 500 megawatts of edge-of-grid DER and other resources on their distribution system, and this amount is really going to continue to grow in the future. And if the distribution system is used to its full potential, it can reduce congestion on the transmission system by lowering load on a peak day. Or it could defer the need to build new generation because resources, if properly aggregated and communicated with, can serve load on the distribution system, which will defer the need for new generation. However, the communication and coordination are not limited between DER and the distribution utility, in our case, the co-ops. The co-ops serve 25% of the population of the state and 45% of the total area of the state. So to meet the state's energy goals in an economic and efficient manner, we need to continue the coordination between the co-ops and Duke in Progress, in Dominion, and keep this coordination going between the parties. So these capabilities, that are on the co-op system that make up a significant part of the state can be incorporated into the state energy plans. And without this, it can create inefficiencies in meeting the state energy needs. And that concludes my remarks. I think we are open for questions now.
Thank you for that. You covered an awful lot of material very efficiently, and it's actually great to hear you present on this topic. I'll start it off with one question and then open it up to my colleagues. I think it was John Lemire on one of your early slides when you were setting out the two pilots with PJM and with Duke. I noted that there was a statement there about, in your Duke pilot, about learning about regulatory needs. And so my question is really going to be an open-ended one to the panel, is what can we do to facilitate or to enhance or to support the ongoing work you are doing as you develop the DO and across your members, and as you work with the transmission operator, in this case primarily Duke, but also PJM. What can we do to enhance your collaborations and support your work? A very open-ended question.
Sure. So I think that what the commission has done now has been encouraging Duke and Dominion to collaborate with our local customers, and I think that has been a welcome addition. We are working with them. You heard Dominion mention our quarterly meetings and our affected system studies and how we're collaborating with them on Edge of Grid resources. And Duke also mentioned the work that we've been doing with them on this DO pilot. I think if you can continue to encourage them to collaborate and have us involved in the stakeholder process, that is a welcome addition.
Again, hopefully part of the purpose this morning is to continue that encouragement, and by getting everybody together to talk about it and
we appreciate
to educate us on what you're doing. Let's see if there are questions from other commissioners. Commissioner Chair Mitchell, you look like you're gearing up for a question, but I don't see your hand up.
Well, I was trying to find the little hand icon, so you beat me to
Okay.
it.
Well, you got the floor.
All right, question for Charlie. Can you go back? I was trying to find your slides on my screen, but they've gotten buried now among other presentations. But will you go back several slides to where you discuss the 500 some megawatts at Edge of Grid? Okay. Can you talk some, Charlie, just about sort of the time frame that this has developed for you all? Give us a sense of how quickly this has transpired, and help us understand this sort of the change that you all have experienced and are experiencing. Does that question make sense? I mean, I want to get a sense.
It does make sense, and Lee may be able to give you a little better perspective on the beginning of this. But when I went to the NCUC in December of 2019 and talked to some of the commissioners, and at that point, this slide said 400 megawatts. So in approximately 15 months, it has gone from 400 megawatts to 500 megawatts. Lee can probably give you a little better input on what happened before December of 2019, but that's sort of my gauge, is 100 megawatts in 15 months on the cooperative system.
Yeah, and we started seeing qualifying facilities in 2008, 2009, 2010 timeframe, and it was slowly building. But as we said earlier, we started with our community solar in 2015, and we built those over a 4-year process. We have added in our microgrids over the past 3 to 4 years. That's been growing. Our solar plus storage is in process right now. So we've had a number of projects that have been added. Our members have been working on building their conservation voltage reduction capability over time. Our customer and generation program has been a long-standing program that our member consumers have implemented. So a number of these resources have been there for the past 5, 7, 8, 10 years. But the solar is growing quickly, and the interaction with the co-ops is growing as well.
Yeah, I would add that it started off with Senate Bill 3 sort of slowly, and as the years have gone by and costs have really decreased, both of solar and storage, we've seen sort of an exponential ramp up over the years, mainly driven by costs.
And that's kind of what I'm getting at is, you know, has this change that y'all have experienced and, you know, are likely to continue to experience occurred rather quickly, sort of relative to the history of the system? And, you know, you just use the term exponentially, which makes me a bit nervous, but I mean, are you all projecting and anticipating this change, these types of changes to continue to occur with the type of pace or accelerated pace that you've been experiencing?
We do see them to continue to grow. I don't know if they're going to continue to grow exponentially. There has to be some, there has to be a path for it. But as you heard Dennis May talk about from Randolph, they are actively working with developers to make sure that they are managing the impact on the grid. You heard the same thing from Mike High on what he's doing on his distribution grid. Those stories are representative of what we're hearing across the state, that we are working with solar developers on their interconnections. We're working with the transmission operators on affected system studies, and we're also planning for our own growth as well. And it is a managed growth at this point.
Okay, and that makes sense, and you've answered, you've given me the context I was seeking. So my next question for y'all is, and either of y'all can answer this, or anyone that's positioned to answer it. How do you see going forward in light of what you have experienced and are going to experience? How do you see, or what do you see as necessary in terms of cooperation with Duke and Dominion?
Well, I think, as we said, our platform, our DERMS platform, really helps facilitate our management of resources on the grid, to help manage reliability, provide that visibility and coordination upstream. What we want to do is provide that visibility and coordination to the transmission providers, so that we can provide a dependable resource that can influence their transmission plans, influence their generation plans, and long term save our members. If the transmission system is developed differently and efficiently, that reduces our transmission rates and helps benefit our members and ultimately our member consumers. So that's what we're looking for, is that opportunity to continue to develop our platform and share that information and work together on the approach to how DER is impacting the system.
Okay, so conceptually, I'm there. It sounds good. It makes sense to me as a lawyer. But how far are we from being able to do that in terms of technology and interface between the different entities that are providing service at this point in time?
I think we're really close. We are working with Duke on we're standing up our DO reliability desk to have that interface. Our DERMS platform is providing the information. You asked the question earlier about protocols and how we work on protocols. We have protocols written that we've worked with our member cooperatives, as well as with Duke and with PJM, on how we go about communicating the reliability, the visibility, and the coordination of those resources, so that we can work together to manage an effective system. That operational protocol is key, and I'm glad that you asked that question earlier, because it resonates with us on how we're moving forward with these plans.
Okay. All right. Well, that's all for me. I appreciate your responses.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't see in the chat box any other hands up. Any other commissioners? Speak up. Commissioner McKissick.
Thank you, Commissioner Kleinfelder. Just two questions. In terms of community solar, I mean, have there been any special outreach efforts that have been made to, to create these community solar programs, or to get people interested or intrigued, or are they just coming generically on their own to you? I mean, how is that occurring?
So the community solar was something that we created for our members. We worked with our members to implement those, and those are located on member service territories. Each community solar project is an outreach to the local member consumers in those areas, and they have been subscribed. If you talk to Blue Ridge, they built 4 originally, and now they have a 5th, and they are completely subscribed. So it is a wonderful outreach program for them. Other co-ops are seeing similar impacts, and we're also working with opportunities from the state on providing community solar to underserved communities and to those that need weatherization and other impacts to their homes. So it's a great way to really go and outreach. Those are owned by the utility. NCMC
Sure.
invested with our member consumers or our member co-ops in those, but we're bringing them out to the communities.
I was just curious and trying to determine how they come about, but no, I appreciate your leadership in that area. I believe it was the slide after this one that's before us right now, but I noticed that there was a bullet point. Was it there? Maybe not, but in any case, there was one where you talked about issues with third-party equipment, or trying to take that into account. Did they actually occur, or was that just one of the considerations that you were looking at? There it is. Reliance upon third-party systems remains unknown. So did you ever experience problems with it, or did you just put it there as a variable to evaluate in terms of looking at what could occur?
So from a risk management perspective, it's important to consider all the connections that we have. We think about it on the traditional distribution grid, the utility controls all the devices, the transformers, the reclosers, all the devices that are out there. When you integrate smart thermostats, you're dependent upon an internet provided device, an internet connected device. So you're reliant upon the Wi-Fi in the consumer's home. You're reliant upon the API connection to that thermostat provider. So you have a number of third-party systems that are outside of your span of control. So it introduces risk, and you have to have backup plans on how you manage that coordination and control. And so that was what that was hitting on, is that there are additional pieces outside of our control that we have to rely upon, and you have to have systems in place to help manage that risk and reduce that exposure.
That makes sense.
They're great contributions, but they do come with some risks.
And have you determined that there have been any issues, or is it just a theoretical possibility?
There have been incidents where we send out a command and it doesn't respond in a timely manner, and we have to actually go to our backup communication plan. So there have been actual occurrences where we've wanted response, and we've had to go through multiple checks to get that response to occur.
Okay.
But the devices are out there, the devices are working. It's just peeking through the process.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Duffley?
So following up on Commissioner McKissick's questions, it sounds like you have performed some modeling in times of system stress and determining the reliability of certain curtailment protocols. So I guess my question is, and it's based on something that I heard again in the ERCOT situation, do you have manual override of these automated systems or not? And what types of tests are you doing to make sure that the automated systems are functioning properly?
So our first priority is safety and reliability on the grid, and our distribution co-ops have the supervisory control and overrides on all the systems to make sure that they're managing that. Our BO pilots that we conducted were focused on reliability. So if there was a load generation event and we needed to curtail It was not an automatic curtailment, but it was a manual connectivity through our systems. So we have that manual override to make sure that we continue to preserve reliability.
And what has been the feedback of through your curtailments? Has there been any negative feedback?
There has not. We have worked with the developers and making sure we're talking to them and communicating and helping them understand what we're doing and why we're doing it. And we have not received negative feedback on that.
Thank you.
Looks like my space bar is not working. Thanks again, gentlemen, for being with us today. We're excited about the work you're doing among your members and also in cooperation with Duke and with PJM. So we thank you for that. And so that takes us last, but certainly not the least, to Electricities. And again, my list doesn't tell me exactly who's going to be making the presentation this morning. So looks like Mr. Schul, is it you?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Clodfelter. Good afternoon, everyone. We are a little afternoon, so we appreciate the opportunity to weigh in and provide some comments on this effort, and certainly appreciate the opportunity to work with the IOUs and the co-ops as we move through this very challenging issue. So with me today, again, my name is Matt Schul. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Electricities. And with me on the panel today are Andrew Fusco, our Vice President of Member Services and Corporate Planning. Kathy Moyer is our VP of Operations. And Marty Burland is our Lead Generation and Interconnection Project Manager. And we're going to do tag team similar to what NCEMC and their members did earlier. And I'll start off by covering a little bit of overview and introduction to Electricities and public power. Then Andy will move into overview of our power supply programs and our resources. And then Kathy will talk about the details of our coordination framework, our distribution planning and operations, both for the Electricities itself and the power agencies and our members as well. And then I'll come back at the end and kind of finish things up and open things up for questions. So I'm hopeful we'll be able to keep within a half hour here and keep us on track for 1 o'clock end. So we'll move through things a little bit quickly here. So next slide there, Andy. So first off, I know a lot of you probably know who Electricities and public power are, but a lot of you may not understand, especially the intricacies of Electricities and the power agencies. So I'll take a few minutes up front here just to do an introduction to public power and Electricities before I turn it over to Andy to get into some details. So public power utilities, as you can see on the slide here, we're like our public schools and libraries, a division of local government owned by the community and run by the boards of local officials accountable to the citizens. And public power is not a new thing. It's been around. In fact, some of the earliest electric systems are public power entities, and there are over 2,000 public power entities across the U.S. In fact, about 1 in 7 customers receive power from a public power utility. And the advantages of public power include being able to set local rates at the local level without having to get permission from Raleigh or anybody else, and to invest in their infrastructure when appropriate. And they also set their local policies and guides and goals for sustainability and renewables and things like that as well. So, with input from citizens, they make the local decisions most important to their citizens. So next slide, we'll talk a little more about Electricities and how they fit into the public power family. So Electricities is a member organization that serves 70 communities in North Carolina. And these communities in total serve 1.2 million people. And you can see there our purpose statement and what Electricities, so we deliver value to our public power communities through collective strength, wisdom, and action while promoting a more successful future for our citizens. Now, the bulk of our members, there's 70 of them across the state or so. Most of them are in our two power agencies. North Carolina Municipal Power Agency number 1 is in the western part of the state. That's 19 members. In the eastern part of the state is North Carolina Eastern Municipal Power Agency, and there are 32 members there. Agency 1 in the west, they are a co-owner of the Catawba Nuclear Station, and over 90% of their energy comes from the Catawba Nuclear Station. Eastern Agency is a wholesale customer of Duke Energy Progress. And then the folks that are not involved in the two power agencies, there's about 20 of them in North Carolina. Those are our non-power agency members who have their own independent power supply and not part of the power agencies, like I said. So they contract with other third-party suppliers for their power supply needs. And I'll say a few more things about them in just a minute here. But regardless of whether it's a power agency member or a non-power agency member, public power communities, have the same goals in mind. They're focused on providing safe, reliable, and environmentally sustainable electric power to their customers at the lowest reasonable cost. Next slide, please. This is a list of our members. Agency 1 on the far left, 19 members in the western part of the state, Eastern Agency in the middle, 32 in the eastern part of the state, and non-power agency members are scattered throughout the state. We do have two public works commissions, utility commissions, Greenville and Fayetteville. They are state chartered. Everybody else is governed by their local councils, either their town or their city councils. And a few more words on the non-power agency members that are not part of either of the agencies. As I mentioned before, they do have their own independent power supply. And while most of them are members of electric cities and take some of our member services that I'll talk about on the next slide, we do not provide them much in the way of guidance on their power supply plans, their distribution system operations, transmission, or any other reliability issues. So for the remainder of our discussion here, most of our emphasis is on the two power agencies, their power supply programs, and their distribution operations. Next slide, please, Andy. And just to kind of round out who Electricities is, at the top of the page there, the Wholesale Power Administration. So Electricities really acts in two different roles. One is we act as a utility and run the power agencies, and Andy will talk about those in more detail in just a minute. And we also act as the trade association. So we provide all the ancillary support and services that each of our members needs to run an efficient and effective utility system at the local level. And you can see the laundry list of the things we do for our members there. And at the bottom, I'll mention that we do actually operate 4 of our member utility systems. The towns retain the ownership of the assets, and we actually provide the staffing and support to actually run their electric distribution systems. And in the case of 2 of our communities, we actually do their billing and customer service as well. So we are very connected to the power agency members, and we provide a lot of services to our non-power agency members as well. And so we try and do our best to represent them in situations like this where we're talking about joint planning and sharing of information. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Andy to talk about some of our generation resources for the power agencies.
Okay, thank you, Matt. And good afternoon, and thank you to the commission inviting us to participate today in this technical conference. I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about our power supply portfolios for the 2 power agencies, and then briefly on the transmission planning process that we collaborate with the other load serving entities in the state on. I'll start with the power supply portfolio for North Carolina Municipal Power Agency 1, or Agency 1 as I'll refer to them. Here you see on this slide a snapshot of the portfolio. As Matt kind of alluded to, Agency 1 is primarily supplied by its ownership stake in the Catawba Nuclear Station. And one thing to point out about that ownership stake is there's a reliability exchange whereby actually we draw on output from 4 units in the Duke system. But I'll refer to that as just our Catawba ownership share. Outside of Catawba, we do have some supplemental and grid edge resources we'll refer to them as. And they are either power agency owned, distributed peaking generation, generally small diesel generators. And we also have a 24 megawatt combustion turbine located in one of our communities. Our customers are also allowed to own generation for peak shaving, reliability, and economic purposes. So you'll see that in some of our larger industrial customers. On both sides, for both power agencies, some of our members, but not all, take output from SEPA, Southeastern Power Administration, not the SEPA that was referred to earlier, but this is hydropower. And in the West, that accounts for about 67 megawatts of generation. And then when the Renewable Portfolio Standard started early on, about a decade ago, we built a small solar facility in one of our communities that's about a megawatt in total output. Beyond those resources that are directly tied to our systems, we also have some contracted power purchase agreements for our peaking to maintain our reserve margin. Those are all combustion turbines through larger merchant plants. Finally, on the power supply portfolio for Agency 1, I'll comment, and also comment again when we get to Eastern Agency, that Agency 1 plans and manages its own power supply portfolio. So as we see we need different types of resources, we will contract or build those resources individually. The next slide that I have here just shows where the energy for load comes from. So as Matt said, we have 19 communities in the West, and I said earlier we're pretty long nuclear. So when you account for the application of the Renewable Portfolio Standard in the state, and you displace conventional generation with renewable generation, 90% of the energy that our customers consume is nuclear, and the other 10% is either from our SEPA hydro or our renewable resources purchased to comply with the portfolio standard. I'll move on to North Carolina Eastern Municipal Power Agency, or as I'll refer to it, Eastern Agency. As I said earlier, the power supply portfolio is quite different for Eastern Agency. Today, Eastern Agency is under a full requirements power purchase agreement with Duke Energy Progress. So therefore, in large part, the power supply portfolio for Eastern looks a lot like Duke Energy Progress's power supply portfolio because it is their portfolio. That agreement, however, does allow Eastern and its customers to either own or operate some grid edge resources as well, and they're outlined here very similar to Agency 1, but perhaps different quantities. Eastern Agency owns 2 distributed peaking plants. One's 20 megawatts, one's 18 megawatts, totaling 38, and they are located on our member systems. We have a fair amount of customer-owned generation for peak shaving purposes, almost exclusively, totaling 210 megawatts. Here again, some of the members in the East are entitled to SEPA Hydro, totaling 28 megawatts. And there was some talk about the solar generation in some of the earlier presentations that was interconnected over the last 10 years, and we have 153 megawatts of that PERPA utility scale solar generation, and I'll comment on this. That is primarily a pass-through from that solar generation plant to Duke Energy Progress per the terms of our power supply agreement with Duke Energy Progress. Finally, we are just beginning to embark on some battery projects, and we expect that to grow. Right now, we have 2 members with 1 megawatt equivalent batteries on their systems, and we're expecting to see that grow a bit. And then we have some of the more traditional load management sorts of activities, voltage control. We also have a fair amount of load switches on customer appliances. Showing a similar sort of graphic here for where the energy comes from that serves our load. You can see the breakdown here. And here again, we've used 10% of our renewables per the portfolio standard to displace primarily coal that we purchase from Duke. I just have one slide. I'll switch gears a little bit and talk about transmission planning. It was mentioned earlier about the North Carolina Transmission Planning Collaborative. We have been involved with that project or that program since its inception. It was formed, actually, I believe it was formed prior to FERC orders 890 and 1000. It was all about the same time. But that was at a point in time where the load serving entities, the wholesale customers, us and the co-ops, wanted to get more visibility to the transmission planning progress. And at the time, Duke and Progress Energy worked with us to do that. As the FERC orders were put in place, there were some, adjustments to the collaborative, not many, it more or less conformed to those requirements, but some adjustments were made as those FERC orders were issued. And as I said, it provides transparency to transmission planning, not only from a reliability perspective, but also from an economic perspective. So, the load serving entities could get in a gauge on, what transmission projects would cost if generation were added. But also, I will say that, as you're probably aware, the collaborative includes a stakeholder process whereby entities like wind developers, or I believe even commission and public staff participate in that process. And just as an example of some of the studies that come out of that stakeholder process, we've done at least one, if not more, studies on offshore wind and how it would impact the transmission system here in North Carolina if it were brought on shore. And I'll just kind of close with pointing out that this collaborative is focused on larger scale transmission projects at $10 million in value or above. So with that, I will hand it off to Kathy Moyer, who's our Vice President of Operations.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to talk to you a little bit more about our distribution planning process. Based on our existing contracts for both the power agencies, we have many ongoing coordinated efforts. So several of those agreements are noted on this slide, and they set up how we coordinate with Duke on our delivery point planning process, and how we exchange data throughout the year and on a real-time basis. So for example, Duke talked about earlier today the load forecast process. We are very involved with them on that. We provide them network resource data that Andy talked about earlier, and that we heard previously. We do have the coordinated efforts with the telemetering of the utility scale PERPA QF facilities located on our member systems. So we continue to build and foster those positive relationships with Duke on behalf of our members. So next slide, please. So as we discuss our distribution planning coordination efforts with our members, each of our members plans its distribution system, of course, to ensure the cost-effective, safe, and reliable service to its retail customers. Electricities coordinates with its members, specifically the power agency members, and is that coordinator with Duke. And we discussed the capacity needs for them, any transmission upgrades that are needed, any identified new or modified delivery points to meet those capacity needs. And as Andy talked about earlier, the North Carolina Transmission Planning Collaborative deals with projects greater than $10 million. So this process with our delivery points is managed on a smaller scale, so smaller scale transmission and substation projects for our members. And this process is ongoing, meeting on a monthly basis with Duke staff as needed with our members. So we're continuing to kind of foster that relationship and be part of that coordination. The interconnection process, we have a similar interconnection process consistent with other North Carolina utilities that we manage on behalf of our members. Of course, they do manage that individually at the local level, and Matt's going to talk a little bit about that later on. But we do have a consistent process that we kind of coordinate that with our member utilities. And of course, we have distributed resource procedures that complement our power supply needs. And with that, we've also have a telemetry and energy management system that we enhance that collects real-time data. And we are also, moving into the DERMS. We'll talk a little bit about that on the next slide about our DERMS project that is still fairly new, but we do and have historically managed our load management efforts and our demand side management efforts with voltage reduction and customer distributed energy resources that we've done just historically over time to complement our power supply needs. So next slide, please. So as we are moving from a centralized to a decentralized grid, we understand that. We are preparing our members with the interconnection standards that we spoke about on the last slide, and we are really their technical support for integrating those distributed energy resources. Currently, we have seen very low penetration rates, but we are getting some more traction. We have some small members that are starting to get requests for rooftop solar interconnections, and we are help guiding them through that process. And we do feel with our DERMS effort as well that we will enhance our current energy management system with that. And so next slide, Andy, we'll talk a little bit about reliability and our average number of customer outages are relatively low compared to the other utilities in North Carolina, and we want to continue to be focused on that, and because our commitment is to reliable, safe power. And we use these benchmarks that are industry standards to kind of gauge how we are doing out there compared to others. And the next slide kind of said a different way. The outage time per customer statistic is given as well. And I'll mention a little bit about our mutual aid efforts as well between our communities and with the other utilities in North Carolina to continue to provide outage response very timely. And with that, I will turn it back over to Matt.
Great, thank you, Kathy, and thank you, Andy. Just a couple more slides, and then we'll be happy to take questions. Throughout our presentation, you kind of heard the theme that our communities are locally controlled, locally owned, and it really works well for those communities. It really helps the decisions that are made at the local level for the citizens of those communities. So that does provide a level of transparency and, of course, support for local government, efficient operations, and it really does support the local priorities, values, and choices of the community. When folks are thinking about, do I want to do a community solar project? Well, that's a local decision. The council needs to approve it and fund it, and it can be put in place. Same with vehicle charging stations. A number of our communities are pushing EV charging stations in their communities, either through grants or outright purchases of them to support electric vehicle adoption. So again, local control is important to our communities. Next slide, Andy. And finally, just a few thoughts on kind of what we've been talking about today in our observations and considerations as we go forward. First and foremost, I hope you picked up from our discussion that there's already a pretty good amount of planning and coordination currently in place between us and our IOU counterparts. And those that have been working very well and continue to be enhanced, as Kathy mentioned. And there are regulatory and contractual requirements with those that help facilitate those exchanges of information, but those generally are working very well from our perspective. And as we consider working together even more in the future and integrating distribution, transmission, production, planning in the ISOP process or in the IDP process for Dominion. Certainly we look to enhance those efforts. We encourage you to enhance those efforts versus starting things from scratch again. It seems like, especially after this conference, things are working pretty well and being developed in a very good fashion, and we look forward to working with the utilities on those. And then finally, as you saw in our presentation, we do have 70+ members across North Carolina. And, I think power agencies are actually in a good position to help integrate these DERs at the local level. And as Kathy mentioned, the DERM system we're working on to kind of collect that information, that would be our vehicle to kind of bring things to the delivery point level and then be able to coordinate with the utilities in their planning efforts. So we continue to look forward to the dialogue with our IOU counterparts and look to engage with them on moving forward. So with that, Commissioner Clodfelter, that concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to take any questions.
Spacebar stopped working here, so I had to find the button. I know we're going to lose a couple of folks here at 1 o'clock, but we'll take questions as best we can. I'm going to, you don't have a slide on this, but just give me a ballpark on where are you in terms of the development of your DERMS project? At what stage are you and what percentage toward final rollout are you? How far along?
We're still in the fairly early stages of rollout of that, and Kathy maybe have some additional details on where we are working with our DERM system.
Yes, I'll be happy to answer that. It really is in the first stages. It really is an enhancement to our existing EMS tool. We already do have some eyes into our distributed energy resources that have been out there for a while. So this is really an add-on. So we're starting right now with doing a lot of cleanup to get prepared to handle some of these emerging technologies, like electric vehicles, like thermostats and whatnot. So we do expect 2021 to be a really a good year to get about 50% of the way with some of the easier integratable technologies.
Okay. Let's see, are there questions from commissioners?
Dan, I guess I'm not, Commissioner Clodfelter, I'm not in your vision today, so I'm here.
You're not on the list that I have in front of me, but Commissioner Hughes, and then after that, Chair Mitchell.
Yes, I think this is a question for Kathy, but anyone, please respond. Could you just comment briefly on, you mentioned just a few minutes ago, or just about the connected thermostat program. Your numbers seem pretty high with that capacity. Is that an area that and other DSM programs that has a lot of growth potential? And is that a centralized run program? Is that something that all of your members individually do with their own incentives, or is that something that Electricities plays a major role in?
Actually, that's probably a good question for both Andy and Kathy, because we're kind of talking about thermostats, which is more of our grid edge, newer technology, and we also have a lot of hot water heater switches and your more traditional load management that we've had to evolve from old pager technology and radio frequency technology to more recent. But let me let Kathy and Andy kind of talk about our efforts there.
Yeah, I'll go first and talk about our legacy efforts. And we had this technology deployed for some time through load management switch efforts. And those are a box on the house that we activate through a centralized network. And it has evolved over time, as Matt was saying, into pagers. I'll talk a little bit about our new, as Andy will, our new maybe replacement with thermostats that isn't caught on as greatly just yet, But as that old legacy technology phases out, that's what it will be replaced with. But we do have a very significant program that we have had for some time with load management switch activation. So Andy, do you want to talk a little bit about it?
Sure, and I'll just talk very quickly about progression. So when the load management switches were first put into place, they were the traditional one-way switches. And as our members adopted AMI, we've converted a lot of them, if not most of them, to two-way switches. And that's an area where we provide services. We do a hosted AMI solution for our members, and we actually centrally dispatch a large portion, not all of them. Some of our members choose to dispatch independently, but especially for the small and mid-sized towns, they go through our control signal. Now, I'll just touch on really quickly the programmable thermostats, and I'll highlight Fayetteville Public Works Commission, because they've done a lot in terms of technology adoption. They've gone with AMI. They've also moved to a mandatory time of use rates for all of their customers. So with those two keys in place, what they have is a price signal now, and they're just beginning to launch a programmable thermostat program whereby they will incentivize their customers to adopt, install the thermostats, but then give them the price signal to properly operate them in conjunction with power supply.
Thank you very much. I look forward to seeing how that all rolls out.
Chair Mitchell?
So I'll ask you all a question that I ask of the NCEMC and EMC group. Are there, with respect to the coordination among the various service providers in the state, can you comment on how that is going, the progress that's being made there in light of the changes that you all are experiencing due to technologies, et cetera? And whether there are any regulatory barriers that we need to be made aware of that prevent effective or efficient coordination among service providers here in North Carolina.
Yeah, I think our coordination with Duke specifically, because that's most of our interaction is with them, has continued to evolve and is actually going very well. From a regulatory standpoint, I don't see any hurdles to allowing us to continue to grow that relationship and continue to work together. So generally speaking, I think things are going well, and the path that we seem to be on here, developing the ISOP and involving both wholesale customers and other stakeholders, seems to be working well. I don't think I have any comments along the lines of potential improvements other than just continue to move down the path of working toward the common goal of trying to integrate all the planning.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm not seeing other hands, so I think we may have reached the end point here. I want to thank all the presenters today. We've covered a tremendous amount of ground in what is actually a fairly short period of time. You've given us a lot of good education and background, and also I got a number of things that we need to think about going forward. We're mindful of the work you're already doing, and very pleased to hear that it is strongly collaborative across all the various participants. So that's a really good takeaway from today, and we appreciate again everyone's time and participation today. I'm not sure, Sushma, if you're still with us, but we have enjoyed the partnership we've developed with the State Energy Office. We hope that will continue going forward on this issue and also on a number of other issues. Thanks again to everybody. And with that, I think we have reached the end of the day, at least this portion of the day. Take care.
Thank you very much.